Good morning, everyone. I think we'll get started so that we have enough time for all of the presentations and your questions at the end. Welcome to Blue Success, how ocean action is delivering for the Global Biodiversity Framework. I know it's very early. Thank you for being here. If you haven't had a chance to grab coffee, my hot tip is to go over to the Jeff Pavilion right after this. They have a fantastic barista and very tasty coffee. And a few more logistics. If you haven't already gotten one of the headsets, please just nip out to our colleagues just outside and grab those. Keep them on all the time. This is where the sound from the microphone will be transmitted so that you can hear despite the event next door. And it's also where translation will come through when we have speakers that aren't presenting in English. Quickly to introduce myself, my name is Andreas Hansen. I'm the Director for Global Ocean Policy at the Nature Conservancy. And today we're really here because this event is based on the fact that the ocean runs through the Global Biodiversity Framework and all of its targets. But historically, that hasn't translated into it being present or very present in many of the national biodiversity strategy and action plans that have been drafted to implement previously Aichi framework and now the Global Biodiversity Framework. And that's exemplified also in stats like the fact that although 17% of terrestrial areas are protected, only 8% of ocean area is currently protected. So we have a lot of work to do both on protection, sustainable use, and restoration when it comes to achieving the ocean aspects of the Global Biodiversity Framework. We now have a real opportunity, though, as countries are finalizing their new national biodiversity strategy and action plans. And this event is all about grasping that opportunity and sharing with you all some of the successes we have already seen and that we believe can be replicated in other countries' plans as they are finalized. So you will have a series of short presentations of successes from Tanzania to Indonesia to Chile. And we hope that that can help ensure that the ocean is not forgotten as the Global Biodiversity Framework progresses. To kick us off, I am delighted to introduce Dr. Jennifer McGowan, who's the Global Director for Marks and Solutions, and Dr. Fernanda Thyssen-Brum, who's our spatial scientist at the Nature Conservancy. It's not translating. Is anyone able to help with translation? Okay. I'm testing to see N4. It's working? Great. I think from English to Spanish is in channel 4. And I'm hoping that that has now been resolved. Testing to see whether the translation is working. Are we good to continue? Okay. We're hoping that the translation will continue to work. Channel 4 is English to Spanish. Jennifer and Fernanda are standing in because unfortunately our dear colleague from the Tanzanian government had an injury before being able to leave for Tanzania. So Jennifer and Fernanda have been working very closely with the government and will be presenting the work on their behalf. So please, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jennifer McGowan. I would identify myself as an ocean planner, really. I've been working on marine spatial planning for 15 years. I've helped governments work on their ocean plans from Canada to Malaysia to Papua New Guinea. So I have a lot of experience in bringing decision support tools to the process of ocean planning. But I'm here today because I want to talk about our recently released guidance for Target 1. So Target 1 is a process-based target that talks about participatory, integrated, biodiversity, inclusive spatial planning. So what does that even mean? We felt like that needed a little bit of an introduction. I'm part of a working group of about 40 people who are some of the best and brightest scientists and technical assistants and planners working in this space. And we released this guidance document 2 days ago, but here at the COP, in an effort to try and help people understand the value of spatial planning to the global biodiversity framework. So I might be slightly biased, but I think that spatial planning, if done well, is the only way we will be delivering on all of our goals. Spatial planning is really the allocation of an action in space and time. So whether we are thinking about restoration or monitoring and management or protected area expansion, goal A is going to be underpinned by proper spatial planning. But what does that really mean? Well, in this guidance document, we define it. But in the end, we also wanted to try and help countries understand how we measure this. So target 1 is around all areas, land, freshwater, and sea, being in some form of participatory integrated biodiversity inclusive spatial planning. What does that mean? Well, we took it down into its different components, its element components. So we have several things here that might help us understand how we can measure progress towards target 1, because it's not that clear, it's not that easy to do. But the real point I want to say is when we were, as the task force, trying to develop this guidance and think about how to monitor or create a metric for target 1, we looked to marine spatial planning. We looked to our oceans because we have been doing this for a long time, recognizing much more than original land use planning ever did, that communities, that rights holders and stakeholders and different sectors all need to be included in the process. So that's what the participatory and integrated component is. Marine spatial planning has been doing this for a long time. And so I just wanted to give a nod to our oceans work collectively, because the foundation of marine spatial planning, being participatory, thinking about bringing biodiversity to the forefront of our decisions around spatial planning in our oceans, is what has driven this task force to create this metric. So it's an exciting time for spatial planning, and I will happily pass the mic over to Fernanda, who's going to give us a great example of how Tanzania is pioneering Target 1, and they're making a commitment to bring Target 1 into their next amended NBSAP. So here's a great example of how they're doing that.
Thanks, Jen. So I would like to speak with you a little bit about the support that we as CNC are providing to this beautiful project, this USAID project in the coast of Tanzania called Heshima Bahari, which stands for Respect the Ocean in Swahili. And the main goal of this project, this 5-year project, is to enhance biodiversity protection by expanding the marine managed areas and selecting new fisheries replenishment zones, which are the non-take zones, to improve the local communities' livelihoods, the wild-caught fisheries in the region. So the main goal is to balance coral reef protection with local communities' livelihoods. So it's a really beautiful project that we are leveraging the Marks and Planning platform and spatial planning to support. And just a beautiful picture of the workshop that we held there in June, where we worked with very different stakeholders. We had government, we had universities, big NGOs, local NGOs, and some people from the civil society to walk them through the process and engage them into this planning phase on where we should be proposing new FRZs in the region. So this is a snapshot of the platform. So Marks and Planning platform, it is a spatial planning tool that we developed in the cloud. So Marks is a well-known tool in marine spatial planning. We, as TNC and in the start with seed money from the European Commission, we developed the online version aiming to democratize spatial planning, to make it accessible, to make it a collaborative process. So we presented all the steps before the analysis itself, and we presented the results to stakeholders in the session. We grabbed their feedbacks on which areas made sense, which areas didn't make sense. We had different scenarios where you only include biodiversity features, and scenarios when you include the fisheries as a cost, in the sense that we don't want to have a major impact in local fishers when implementing those actions. So it was really a participatory process, and we even had a little demo of the platform with them. So it was really interesting to see people with different levels of GIS expertise, from zero to really well versed in that. Playing around in the platform, selecting settings, and seeing the analysis happening. So it was really important to build trust with them, with this group of stakeholders. And now, as we speak, some of the results that we had from this activity are being taken to the ground, to local communities, to be discussed with a different set of stakeholders and broadholders, to grab their local input into the best locations to establishments of new FRZs. So our point here is to show how a spatial planning tool like MAP can help bring people together in the table to discuss ocean protection and sustainable management. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen and Fernanda, for stepping in at very short notice. And I think I always love to hear it when the ocean is leading the way and other parts of the community can learn from it. And I, again, think it's so important to highlight the way in which these collaborative tools and data and information can all bring us together. And then we can bring in other knowledge and information as well to then, and we'll hear a little bit more about that later today. The next success I want to introduce is one from Indonesia, and here I want to mix it up a little bit. We're going to take you through to some work from the Global Mangrove Alliance to see how community-based ecological restoration is helping mangroves recover. But this time around, we're going to bring you to Indonesia through a short video, and we also have members of the Global Mangrove Alliance in the audience who will be very happy to engage and answer questions as we go along with the event. Sorry, I'm hearing that there are some technical issues, so we are going to restart this. Apologies. Why don't we mix it up then, and while these technical challenges are hopefully being worked out, let's do an interim Q&A and see whether there were any questions that the audience had for Jen and Fernanda on the spatial planning work that we just presented. Or any experiences that you might have had with spatial planning yourself. Yes, in the back. Let me give you a microphone. We'll hold your question for later.
Mangrove di Indonesia adalah salah satu mangrove terluas di dunia. Setelah saya betul-betul terjun di dunia konservasi mangrove, saya melihat secara langsung mangrove ini memang diciptakan Allah untuk sangat spesifik di pesisir pantai untuk memberikan manfaat bagi sekitarnya. Tidak hanya untuk manusia, tapi juga untuk lingkungan. Manfaat itu saya bisa lihat langsung kondisi di lapangan, masyarakat yang menerima manfaat di belakangnya, kondisi lingkungan yang menjadi lebih baik apabila mangrove-nya terjaga, dan masyarakat yang lebih bahagia ketika mangrove itu memberikan jasanya bagi mereka. Itulah yang menjadi salah satu perhatian dari Global Mangrove Alliance. Kami ingin ikut berkontribusi karena kami secara sebagai aliansi ingin menggabungkan kekuatan untuk ikut berkontribusi terhadap kegiatan pengelolaan mangrove di Indonesia.
In foreign languages, so I think we might just need to improvise with this and unfortunately stop this beautiful video. I watched it before. And okay. Can we stop the video, please? Peter, how much can I put you on the spot? I'm going to put Peter on the spot. Very grateful for this. To tell us a little bit more about the work the Global Mangrove Alliance does in Indonesia. We were really hoping to showcase this through a video and bring in the communities that are doing the work. But Peter, thank you very much for standing in at no notice and sharing some of the experiences.
Yeah, I kind of saw this coming. Although the images are much better than listening to me, but I can try to bring across the spirit of what sits in this video, which is a collaboration that has spanned out over the last 5 years, called the Global Mangrove Alliance, and a collaboration that started just with 5 organizations: Conservation International, the Nature Conservancy, WWF, IUCN, and Wetlands International, that ask themselves the question: we are working on mangroves all around the world, but we are not really working together a lot, and we're not learning from each other and integrating and connecting our activities. Would it make sense to join forces in an alliance? The answer to that question was yes, and now 5 years later, all around the world, we have almost 100 NGOs and knowledge institutes working with government agencies to step up conservation of mangrove resources. We set ourselves an ambitious global goal, about which you might hear more in the setting of this conference as well, which is called the Global Mangrove Breakthrough. And that is a goal to maintain the world's remaining mangroves, to double the area of mangroves that is under protection from 40 to 80%, and to restore half of recent losses, which is about 600,000 hectares of mangroves worldwide. One thing is to launch such an ambitious goal with ministers and private sector and across our NGO community. But the real thing that we need to achieve is, of course, the impact on the ground. There's too many goals being launched without follow-up action. And that is where the Mangrove Alliance country chapters come in. This is the membership of this wide alliance in a given country. And we have around 15 of those across the world developing their own national mangrove strategies, their own joint conservation and restoration projects, and their own policy dialogues and communications and training activities. And this little video was about what the team in Indonesia is doing. And it's pretty exciting because it starts getting everyone together at a national level to talk about priorities. And it ends with different constellations of partners teaming up to work in these very important coastal areas on a range of different topics. To give you a snapshot of what's happening in Indonesia, there's a lot of aquaculture happening that has degraded hundreds of thousands of hectares of mangroves. And for example, Conservation International, they are implementing a project, and Wetlands International is doing similar things to introduce sustainable aquaculture models that bring some of the mangroves back in those very degraded environments. The Nature Conservancy is renowned for their work on coastal nearshore fisheries, so they bring in that expertise. Yet other organizations, like the Mangrove Action Project, they bring expertise on mangrove restoration and community participation. And the real added value comes when you add all these complementary activities in the mix, based on a joint strategy, aligned to the government, and with access to international finance. So we're working around here to try to get philanthropic funders and governments and other funders to come in. And we set ourselves a goal to secure around $4 billion by 2030 to drive this work on the ground. This is not $4 billion just for the NGOs engaged in the chapters, it's $4 billion for a wider community. But we really think that this kind of transformational collaboration, this drastic stepping up of funding, and learning from each other and implementing and scaling on the ground, that is really needed to make a step change. And I would recommend all to watch this video. It's also available online. I'm sure you can access it if you Google it or if you go to the website of Global Mangrove Alliance, and hopefully that time with sound and subtitle. And hopefully I've been able to do a little bit of a job of bringing across the excellent work that is presented in this video by the Indonesia team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think the COP award for best improvised speech is awarded to Peter. Thank you very much. We heard a lot of that fantastic work, and I was just so pleased in which way it connects to so many other things we're seeing at COP. Just yesterday, we had a great conversation about the importance of restorative aquaculture, which goes to the siting, to what species you're doing, but also connecting forward. I believe it's on Saturday, there will be great events in the 4 Coral Pavilion around the mangrove breakthrough, the coral breakthrough, and that whole ecosystem of ocean action to drive forward some of the protection and restoration of these really valuable ecosystems. To close off our little tour of the world, I'm really pleased that we are ending our journey in Chile, and we've seen a lot of blue success and leadership in Chile recently, whether that is championing the BBNJ or High Seas Treaty, really putting their foot forward on electronic monitoring to ensure that large-scale fisheries can be more sustainable. But today, I'm very, very pleased that we're going to be hearing about one of the cornerstones of that blue success in Chile, and that is the leadership of coastal communities and indigenous women in particular in advancing coastal conservation. And we're joined today by Joanna Yankapani, who is the coordinator of the Network of Native Women for the Defense of the Sea, and the leader of the Atmampu Calafcan indigenous community. So, Joanna, I'd be very pleased to welcome you to the stage and hear from your experiences.
Gracias. Buenos días. Muchas gracias por estar acá, escuchando esta experiencia, ¿cierto? Que voy a apagar esto acá. Bueno, estas experiencias, ¿cierto?, que nos hablan cómo desde nuestros diversos países, desde las diversas iniciativas que cada uno de nosotras y nosotros levantamos, finalmente concluimos que hay que cuidar un espacio importante del mar como es los océanos, y también muestra la preocupación que debiéramos tener, ¿cierto?, en una llamada mundial sobre cuidar el espacio en el que vivimos todas y todos. Yo vengo de Chile, soy mapuche. Vengo del sur de Chile. Como decía la presentación, soy parte de la coordinación de mujeres indígenas por la defensa del mar, que es una red que cubre gran parte del litoral de Chile con mujeres indígenas de diversos pueblos para proteger este extenso mar que tiene Chile, que nos invita también a reflexionar cuáles son las contribuciones de los pueblos originarios en precisamente la defensa de estos espacios que son colectivos, ¿no? Bueno, Chile tiene una experiencia muy bonita que tiene que ver con la creación de una ley particular levantada por pueblos originarios que se llama ley de espacios costeros marinos de pueblos originarios, que nació por ahí por el año 2008, precisamente debido a la necesidad urgente de las comunidades indígenas costeras de proteger el poco espacio marino que queda disponible para la continuidad de nuestra cultura indígena. Chile es el segundo exportador, si no me equivoco, de salmón a nivel mundial, ¿ya? Y eso implica que estamos en una constante lucha por los espacios territoriales costeros. Por un lado estamos nosotros las comunidades intentando resguardar, ¿cierto?, la poca biodiversidad que queda en estos sitios donde están las granjas salmoneras, y por el otro lado está la industria haciendo lo contrario, tratando de quitar espacios de las comunidades indígenas para la expansión de la industria. Y crear la ley Lafkenche originó producto de esa situación y también producto de que el Estado de Chile no reconocía hasta el año 2099 más o menos la contribución de las comunidades indígenas pescadoras, ¿ya? Entonces creó la ley de pesca y acuicultura en Chile y no consideró la importancia que tienen las comunidades indígenas pescadoras para la contribución de la pesca. Por lo tanto, dejó fuera toda participación de comunidades indígenas en esta ley. Y en relación a eso, las comunidades nos organizamos para poder presentar una queja ante el Estado y decir estamos siendo excluidos de toda contribución de nuestra cultura y de nuestro conocimiento hacia el mar y hacia la pesca. Por tanto, se creó esta ley que nace precisamente de las comunidades indígenas para resguardar el borde costero y el mar, ¿cierto?, de Chile, de todas las comunidades indígenas de Chile. Entonces, esta ley, primero, es bonita porque nace desde la intención de las comunidades indígenas para resguardar nuestra cultura costera. Permite, ¿cierto?, revalidar, refortalecer esta conexión innata que tenemos los pueblos originarios con el mar, no solamente desde lo que es extraer los recursos del mar, sino que también cómo generamos procesos para resguardar los recursos naturales que tiene el mar. Y en ese contexto, y para el contexto en el que estamos llamados hoy día en esta COP16, ¿cierto?, de cómo asegurar la biodiversidad en todos los espacios que tiene el planeta, tanto la tierra, el mar, los manglares. Nosotros tenemos hoy día, qué lástima que no puedo proyectar las imágenes que tenía como para que ustedes puedan más o menos entender cuál es la contribución efectiva de los espacios costeros en Chile. Nosotros hoy día tenemos más o menos cubierta todas las regiones de Chile con solicitudes de espacios costeros. Y la discusión que planteamos es que si el Estado de Chile pudiera considerar la importancia, la relevancia de la contribución de las comunidades indígenas para alcanzar la meta 30x30, ¿cierto?, Chile ya lo hubiera cumplido hace muchos años, ya, porque nosotros, las comunidades, estamos hoy día resguardando un buen porcentaje de mar mediante estas solicitudes de espacios costeros. Pero, lastimosamente, el Estado, como institución de Estado, no ha entendido la contribución que nosotros podemos hacer como socios estratégicos para cubrir y cumplir esta meta que el Estado ha, comprometido ante todos realizar. Entonces, dentro de todas estas contribuciones que las comunidades podemos hacer está también la labor de las mujeres. Hoy día nosotras como mujeres hemos puesto mucha atención en cómo contribuir desde nuestra perspectiva de mujer, desde nuestra cosmovisión, al cuidado del mar. Y en ese sentido, nosotras hemos levantado monitoreos ambientales, estamos en un proceso de levantar monitoreos ambientales para ir viendo cuán eficaz es precisamente la participación en número de las comunidades indígenas. Es decir, estamos pensando en que es necesario hacer monitoreo sobre los recursos biológicos, en qué estado están hoy día, ya, porque entendamos que al no tener participación las comunidades indígenas en la misma ley de pesca que regula el mar, hoy día nosotros no sabemos en qué condiciones está el mar y por tanto eso nos va a afectar precisamente a nuestra cultura. Nosotros, el espacio en el que yo vivo hoy día en Gualaigüe, tenemos hasta hoy día, en esta fecha, 83.000 hectáreas de mar resguardadas por comunidades indígenas. Una primera contribución a alcanzar por un lado esta meta. pero queda mucho trabajo todavía por hacer en Chile y las comunidades indígenas estamos siendo muy partícipe y activa en decirle al Estado: tenemos insumos, tenemos los espacios costeros, podemos alcanzar la meta conjunta. Si nos aliamos tanto como socios estratégicos, podríamos lograrlo. Pero no estamos teniendo esa voluntad por parte del gobierno y del Estado para avanzar, digamos, en estas contribuciones que finalmente no solamente es algo para el país, sino que también desde el cuidado de las zonas costeras también resguardamos el océano, porque entendemos los mapuches y los pueblos originarios que el mar no se divide como océano profundo, mar costero, y hasta ahí llega nuestra contribución. Nosotros entendemos que si cuidamos las zonas costeras, el mar tiene muchas corrientes que vienen, que van, que recorren todo el mundo. Por lo tanto, la acción positiva que hacemos nosotros en los espacios costeros, de alguna manera va a llegar a Indonesia. Por una corriente va a llegar a China, por una corriente va a llegar a los países de ustedes. Entonces, estamos generando contribuciones positivas en nuestros territorios, pero es lastimoso que no se considere como importante la contribución de los pueblos originarios en materia de mar. Estoy acá a disposición de las preguntas que pudieran haber en el espacio de preguntas, ¿cierto? Agradecer este tiempo. Las barreras del idioma nos separan, no podemos explicar, digamos, de manera más amistosa nuestros sentimientos, pero estamos acá para aportar. Si hay alguna respuesta posterior a las presentaciones, estamos disponibles para aquello. Tenemos el traductor aquí disponible. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Joanna. I think the message came through loud and clear. I think it's always good to remind ourselves that it's one ocean. It's one of my little hobby horses to talk about the single ocean without the S at the end, but because it's one interconnected system, and anything we do anywhere in the ocean can have an impact somewhere else. We have quite a bit of time. I would actually like to invite our various speakers maybe up on stage to be able to do a little bit of a Q&A. I'll just rearrange the chairs somewhat. And while we do that, have a think about questions you might want to ask of the speakers, of me. Peter, do you want to join us as well, please? We'll grab another chair. I've got it. Great. Do we have any questions? I'll pass this one to you.
Hola, buenos días. ¿Me escuchan? Sí. Hola, buenos días. Yo soy Ricardo Ariza, del Ministerio de Ambiente y de Desarrollo Sostenible de Colombia. Espero no ponerlos en aprietos con la pregunta, y es en torno a todo este tema de ordenamiento espacial marino. ¿Cómo se ha integrado con esos pueblos originarios o con esas comunidades marino-costeras que disfrutan, pues, de las economías del mar? O sea, creo que ese ha sido uno de los desafíos que todos los países hemos tenido. Algunos estamos avanzando en el tema, pero definitivamente termina siendo un desafío. No sé si tienen experiencias o tienen experiencia en otros países al respecto.
It's working? Yeah. From the project that I presented, specifically what local communities are being included into the discussion into two different ways. I mean, there are several ways, but I'm just thinking about two specific ways. One of them is like it wasn't TNC, it was another organization, but they went to local communities and asked fishers, like, where are the preferred fishing grounds, which fishing gears they are using. They were like grabbing their knowledge and their information on when they think they have to keep fishing, where they are grabbing more resource from the ocean, because the main goal is not to have a large impact on their incomes. So we are looking for areas with a large cover of coral reef habitats, but two, as a replenishment zones for them. So the main goal is to enhance their income and their livelihoods. And we first grabbed that information to use in the spatial planning itself. And now they are taking the results, the priority places, back to the communities and building with them, like grabbing their inputs, if those areas make sense, if it's possible to implement a no-take zone in that place, or if they have some suggestion of spatial adjustment of the boundaries. So, because if they are not buying this strategy, it's not going to work. So, and Tanzania have a lot of community managed marine areas, so it's kind of built into their policy, this co-management of some of the Tanzania coast. So they're always being included. I mean, I cannot speak on behalf of the government, of course. This is just my impression in this project, but their input in this project itself, funded by USAID, it's like the central thing to implementation. So if they are not buying the process, the whole process, the implementation won't work, and the guys really want that to be implemented to have impact.
My headset wasn't working and I couldn't hear the translation of the question. I'm sorry.
The question was around how it's ensured that local communities, indigenous communities, are part of the planning and how the tool accounts for that.
I mean, I think there's many examples from around the world, certainly in the work I've done, where local communities are involved from the very beginning. We can't always assume that is the case. It's very process specific. But I think at this point in time, most everybody recognizes the importance and how critical it is to involve local communities in setting the original objectives for a conservation plan. Now, whether or not their perspective is valued over other sectors that are competing for the same space is a different question. But our goal as spatial planners and technical assistants is to try and ensure that it is included from the beginning. So I think that the tools that we use can incorporate many different objectives. I'm working with a women's collective, an indigenous women's collective in Canada at the moment, who are basically trying to create their own spatial plan for 7 generations of food security for their community and their people. And that is going to be driven by that community and then presented to the government of Canada. So there's a lot of different ways to do this. There's no one good way, but I think universally we know that the community's perspective, their objectives, their values can and should and hopefully will be now with Target 1 sort of mandating inclusive spatial planning. Hopefully we can see a lot more of that coming through in the national strategies.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Persida Chauquenao Ayapán, Soy de Chile, Mapuche, acompañando aquí a Joana. Mi pregunta es a las expositoras ahí, ¿cuál ha sido el aporte del gobierno para con las comunidades? Si esa propuesta o esos proyectos que ustedes están relevando es considerado en el Estado, ¿es considerado con otras instancias como por ejemplo industriales? ¿Cuáles son las apreciaciones que hay?
I don't have the full information on how, which is the support that the government is giving specifically. I just I know that the government of Tanzania is a very important partner in implementing the project, like the plan on the ground. Unfortunately, we were hoping to have here a Minister of Fisheries and Blue Economy, but he couldn't make it, so he would be the best person to respond to your question. I'm sorry, but I don't have more information on that.
Muchas gracias, Alejandro Correa de Chile, TNC. Y mi pregunta es para Joana, justamente aprovechando la pregunta del colega de Colombia sobre cómo estos procesos de planificación espacial marina se hacen considerando a los pueblos indígenas y cómo este instrumento que nos muestra Joana, que es el espacio costero marino, puede servir por sí mismo para hacer una planificación espacial integrando a otros usuarios que no son comunidades indígenas, como pescadores artesanales o incluso eventualmente industriales que quieren hacer usos más sostenibles dentro de esos espacios. Y por último, si nos puede contar un poco más cómo es su visión para incorporar estos espacios en el marco de la meta 3 del marco global, ya sea como área protegida eventualmente, como estas otras medidas efectivas de conservación basada en área, o como territorio indígena ancestral, que es la llamada tercera vía. Muchas gracias.
¿Ya? ¿Sí? Bien. Bueno, los espacios costeros marinos de pueblos originarios tienen un proceso de administración. Y en este proceso de administración se deben realizar planificaciones de cómo se va a utilizar el espacio que se asignó. Entonces, dentro de esta planificación también permite de manera eficiente y efectiva definir quiénes serían parte de este proceso administrativo. Es decir, se incorporan a las comunidades de pescadores, a las comunidades de productores de mejillón, se determinan espacios para conservar, se determinan espacios espirituales también que los espacios costeros tienen para definir precisamente un componente que no es medible como la espiritualidad. Entonces, la planificación espacial de estos espacios costeros permite el involucramiento de manera efectiva del otro usuario. No es solamente un espacio que utilizamos las comunidades indígenas de manera cerrada, sino que permite la incorporación de terceras personas. En cuanto a la acción de la industria, ya porque finalmente la salmonicultura está dentro de un espacio costero. Claro, sus concesiones trabajan solas, aparte o separadas del espacio costero, pero en un gran mar finalmente. Esta planificación estamos viendo nosotros que nos permitiría generar incidencia en cuanto a la carga de material contaminante que se arroja al mar, como por ejemplo los tratamientos que usan las salmoneras, la salmonicultura para las enfermedades del salmón. Pensamos que permitiría, ¿cierto?, desde este trabajo un poco más colaborativo con la industria, determinar de manera conjunta cuál es la carga que nosotros podríamos aceptar, porque hoy día Chile tiene rangos, ¿cierto?, para el tratamiento de químicos para los salmones, pero sabemos que en la práctica eso no se respeta. Entonces, nos permitiría tal vez conversar con la industria, que es muy complejo. Yo creo que en todos los territorios donde existe la iniciativa que apunten a la conservación o apunten a cuidar los espacios, tener una conversación con las industrias es muy complejo, porque la industria nunca quiere ceder nada, nunca quiere ceder espacio. Más bien busca que quienes cedamos somos los que defendemos. Entonces, nosotros siempre ponemos desde las comunidades indígenas tradicionales un acto de buena fe. Ponemos a disposición nuestro acto de buena fe para poder conversar precisamente con la industria, pero va a depender de si este acto de buena fe también viene por parte de ellos, porque no solamente tenemos que ceder nosotras y nosotros, sino que también ellos, porque finalmente hay que entender que el mar es un espacio de todos. Y en cuanto a la pregunta de cuál de todas estas vías que existen hoy día para conservar, como yo les mencionaba, los espacios costeros tienen la conservación como algo innato, que no tiene que estar documentado, tan escrito como la academia que define cuál es la conservación más positiva, sino que nosotros ya lo tenemos incorporado en nuestras prácticas, que finalmente son las prácticas tradicionales que nosotros realizamos para la extracción de los recursos, están asociadas a una conservación innata basada en la naturaleza, en la marea, en la luna, en los ciclos climáticos. Para nosotros nos hace mucho ruido, decimos en Chile, no sé cómo se dirá la palabra, pero nos genera una molestia, ¿cierto?, cuando en estos espacios importantes de definición de la biodiversidad se establecen como casillas. Estos grupos van a ser reservas, estos otros grupos van a ser OMEX, o otras maneras de conservar. ¿Y dónde queda el grupo de los pueblos originarios? Finalmente los pueblos originarios tenemos que buscar en cuál de las otras dos casillas entra nuestra voluntad y nuestra intención. Por eso desde hace mucho tiempo atrás se está hablando de esta tercera vía, que es precisamente la vía de los pueblos originarios, la vía de la contribución positiva de los pueblos originarios del mundo para resguardar el planeta. Mucho se ha dicho, ¿cierto?, que nosotras y nosotros contribuimos al cuidado efectivo del planeta, pero estamos siendo encasillados en otras figuritas muy pequeñas donde no calzamos, porque precisamente ahí en la SOMEX también están las industrias, y le estamos haciendo un favor tremendo a la industria, a las industrias, cuidando el planeta para que ellas sigan contaminándola y sigan explotándola. Así que mi respuesta a esa pregunta, Alejandro, es que a nosotros nos acomoda la tercera vía, y por eso vamos a luchar todo lo que nos toque hacer desde nuestros diversos países, ¿cierto?, para que se nos respeten y se nos considere esta otra alternativa eficiente, y que también los estados en relación a eso puedan financiar iniciativas levantadas por comunidades indígenas desde los recursos del Estado, y no tengamos que en las comunidades muchas veces recurrir a instancias internacionales para buscar financiación para nuestras iniciativas locales. Yo creo que aquí no existe ningún país que diga eficientemente, no, nosotros como Estado cubrimos todas las necesidades de los pueblos indígenas y de las comunidades tradicionales para contribuir al cuidado del planeta. Eso no existe. Y si existe algún país que lo diga ahora, pero yo creo que no existe eso. Entonces, todos debemos recurrir a financiamiento internacional para alcanzar, digamos, un objetivo común.
Good morning, can you hear me? Hi, I'm from the UK delegation. This is actually cheekily not a question, but it's very relevant just to say, as a member of the high-level ocean panel, there will be a blue paper published next week just on producing sustainable ocean plans with indigenous people and traditional knowledge at the heart of that. So I hope that will go some way to supporting governments to make sure that these views are included and the knowledge is shared. Thank you.
Hi. Thanks for those interventions. It was really interesting. This is Benjamin from Nature Metrics, Conservation Impact Lead. We've been working a bit with WCS on the Mozambique side, so close to sort of the Tanzania side, on sort of trying to add a sort of spatial biodiversity layer to be used for marine spatial planning, and sort of trying to assess sort of the outcomes of the marine spatial planning exercises and sort of the no-take zones and all the different sort of aspects of it. So I was curious how you're sort of taking that into account in long-term planning, and linked to sort of what we're talking about the private sector impact. Mozambique, sort of especially northern Mozambique, is obviously being sort of really affected by high-level infrastructure for oil and gas, and this is something that we're trying to address sort of at a higher level with some of the corporates, especially now with some of the structures coming in place. Yesterday there was a panel here focusing on marine metrics and how we can start thinking about involving private sector in sort of addressing this, and I think they want to see some of the outcomes as well. So I think it's quite nicely interlinked to some of those interventions, and obviously there's a lot of work to do, but hopefully it's something that we can improve.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I can invite Jen to maybe react, and also Peter, because I think actually a lot of this interaction between planning, industry also goes to the work of the Global Mangrove Alliance.
Just some quick thoughts. Take this off. One thing I've learned is just these marine spatial planning processes are long, right? So when we are developing plans, we're doing it in real time with the current information that we have, which is often not a full picture of the biodiversity that's present or the state of it. Plans get implemented 5 years, 10 years down the line, so there's this inherent lag between the planning process. If done well, it takes a very long time. Consultation, getting people to be explicit about what they care about, understanding the trade-offs between everyone looking for competing spaces. So the biodiversity information that we have often gets subsumed into all of the other uses and needs. So I think the ability to have more real-time information would be great, and there's no question that we can integrate it into the spatial planning processes. So the answer would be, I'd love to talk more about how to do that, especially with the eDNA work that Naturmetrics is producing. But I think we just have to remember that the information that we have in the snapshot and the plan looks very different by the time the plans are implemented, and then it could be 5 years before they're even revisited again to see if they're working, right? So I think that there's just a constant tension between real-time information and the data that we need, and then what's happening on the ground with planning. But yeah.
Yeah, and I think the way we approach things in the Global Mangrove Alliance is, aside from the global level, national level planning work, is that we tend to work across wider coastal land and seascapes. And we go through a number of steps to really come to an integrated master planning or spatial planning process with government stakeholders. I think for us it starts with an effort to build what we call landscape partnerships. So getting different stakeholders, including local communities, indigenous people, together around the table. And really start with a sense-making process to really understand the functioning of the system within which a plan is developed. That's the biophysical, morphological, hydrological functioning, the ecological functioning, but particularly, of course, also the livelihoods that are there and the way the landscape is being governed. We use innovative tools to get the right knowledge to the table and allow easy access for local groups. And one of the tools that we developed is the Global Mangrove Watch platform, which is a data platform that brings together geospatial data about status of mangrove threats, opportunities for conservation, carbon value, etc. Some of those data layers are globalized data layers, but increasingly we also try to bring local data into the mix. And then based on that joint sense-making and data acquisition, then we engage in a process where we try to collect local perspectives, bring them into the mix of broader scale decision-making. And that then allows also an opportunity to look at broader scale macroeconomic developments that are at play in a certain landscape. And then an opportunity to engage with those. On one hand, bringing perspectives of local stakeholders into the dialogue, but also making sure that local insights are being made part of decision making and impact prevention and mitigation. So that generally summarizes the process we've been following so far, but very much in a learning process there, and keen to learn from what others are doing as well. Thanks.
Jen, go ahead.
It's more of a kind of a provocative question or statement in response to the reality that indigenous communities and local communities need to access international funding, because I do think that the current models we have are not equitable. They're painful, they're long, they're slow, they're arduous. We're spending hundreds of thousands on consultants to fill in proposals and weighing down time, and that we need to really, to mobilize resources, we do need to figure out a new model, a new rapid model that is far more equitable for local communities and indigenous initiatives to be tapping into the international funding. So that's just a question across the board. I don't know how we're going to get there, but I do think that it has to be transformed. Maybe it's the GBF fund. I know that they might have I know that they have a priority for getting funding into indigenous communities around the world, but it still seems to be in development and nascent. And if we are going to make a difference, we need to mobilize funding now on the ground for great initiatives. And to do that, we have to focus on more equitable application processes. So.
Thank you. I'm afraid we're out of time, and I actually thought that was a pretty great place to stop the conversation. For now, thank you all for coming. I hope that you've taken some knowledge, some examples of success, some examples of hope despite the challenges of great things happening on the ground, in the water, when we all actually collaborate, use our shared data, our shared knowledge to advance ocean conservation. And my ask of all of you is that you take some of this knowledge back into your national processes and really represent the ocean, and make sure that the new generation of national biodiversity strategy and action plans are plans that recognize that nature is blue, that the ocean is a critical ecosystem that needs representation and that needs action. I was going to put up some QR codes, but at the moment it's not working. And but you have the experts in front of you, so if you have questions about anything presented, please grab them afterwards. And thank you again for coming. Thank you to our panelists. Please join me in giving them a round of applause.
Earphones, you can hear me despite the noise next door. We'll see. So let me introduce myself very briefly. I'm Gerard Bos. I'm the head of partnerships and events coordinator or lead for the Global Commons Alliance. And basically we are organizing this session a little bit in the spirit of what the Global Commons Alliance does, which is cross-participation, cross-facilitation, between different initiatives. And as the title is suggesting here, this is about speed dating. It's about finding, your partners, being inspired by the people that you're with. That's really what we would like you to take out of this session. So it's not just to listen to speakers right in front of you, but it's actually interacting with each other. So I don't mind that we're not that many in this room, because then that will have more interaction. Just a check. Everybody understands English and we can continue in English. Porque la idea sería también hacer grupos en español si se necesita, o en français, because sometimes, doing it in the local languages also helps. But as I see, we've got mainly English speaking here. We'll keep it on the English side at this stage. Okay? So the main objectives of this workshop is really to better understand the needs, the integrated systems thinking. So it's, how does a specific initiative, a specific action fit in the wider system? That's what we all hopefully try to trigger a little bit in these discussions. The idea is we'll have then small exchanges in small group, 5 to 6 people. So that's why we'll probably be splitting in 2. Now I've got more proponents of groupings than people that we have. So it might be interesting to see how we do that. Because I've basically invited 3 people, 3 persons that are leading initiatives that are ongoing at the moment in the nature space or in the accountability space or in the energy transformation space. And well, you will have to do first a selling job, which is pitching for your initiative, explaining what you're doing. And then the audience can select if they go and talk to you and about the challenges or how they can help and foster further collaboration and make your initiative progress. Because in the end, we want the different initiatives, to get ideas and suggestions from who is here in the room. Are the rules of the game quite clear? Good. As we are not that many people, shall I just take one of the microphone rounds so that you quickly say who you are, which organization you're with? Then I'll ask Barbara, Natasha and Brian to quickly explain their initiatives, and then we can do that grouping, but come closer and get in a group all together at this stage. For the moment we do one big group, and then we'll see if we split up afterwards. Natasha, can I start with you? So very shortly, your organization and where you're coming from. It's always interesting also to know. Okay?
Hi, I'm Natasha Tarek. I'm based in Hong Kong and I work for the Global Commons Alliance Accountability Accelerator, and I lead their work in campaigns. Nice to see you all.
Hi everyone, my name is Barbara Dubach. I'm the Executive Director of Innovate for Nature, and I think, Gerard, you want us to pitch afterwards, or shall I do the pitch now, right? No, you do first a round of introductions. Okay, so I'll tell more afterwards, okay? Perfect.
My name is Octavio Aburto. I am a professor at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography in San Diego, California.
Hi, my name is Angela Solanilla. I'm a grad student and researcher at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth. Oh, that's weird to hear myself. Hi, my name is Elizabeth, and I am a master's student at Duke University.
Hello, my name is Ilka Herbinger. I'm the Deputy Director and leading on the Environmental and Social Safeguards in the Legacy Landscapes Fund, which is based in Berlin and is a conservation trust fund for eternity funding for protected areas.
Hi, I'm Mariana. I'm Brazilian living in Germany right now. I'm the coordinator for the Accountability Accelerator.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brian Bishkul. I'm Maya Tujil from Guatemala. I'm indigenous and I'm global coordinator for the Search Coalition, which is short for Securing Indigenous Rights in a Green Economy. Thank you for the invitation.
Hi, thanks Gerard for putting this together. My name is Natasha too. We have 2 Natashas. I'm the executive director of the Global Commons Alliance's Accountability Accelerator, and I'll give you a little bit more about the organization once we go into the pitch.
Hi, my name is Philip. I'm also from Innovate for Nature, and you will hear a bit more from Barbara, I guess.
So I suggest we go through the pitches. So Barbara, then Natasha, and then we end up with Brian, and then we see how we all self-organize ourselves just after that.
Thanks, Gerard. So yes, so Innovate for Nature is an accelerator for nature positive solutions. We have founded it's a foundation which we founded actually this year, and what we want to do is that by 2030 we want to accelerate at least 100 high quality solutions. So what we did this year is actually we made a call for applications, and Philip is our head of operations. So we were quite overwhelmed. We received 400 applications from all kind of areas. Can be ecosystem services, can be nature as infrastructure, regenerative agriculture, but also nature positive circular solutions. And they all went through kind of a process, a selection process, and 20 were able to pitch in front of our jury. And they also pitched at our Innovate for Nature Day, which was in September. What we want to do is actually not just accelerate the solutions, but really accelerate the transition towards a nature positive future. So we are really trying to work with corporates, but also with investors, in order to transform their business models. So that's actually where we are currently. So we're looking also for partners and investors who are interested in scaling these solutions. We have some very interesting solutions as well, like Savimbo. They are here as well, where they involve also local communities. But for us, it's really also a means to really accelerate the transformation towards a nature positive future, mainly also targeting corporates. And that's our challenge going forward, which we can discuss as well, is really how do we get the corporates involved? How can we match also the solutions to the corporate value chains? We have mapped all our 20 finalists to the sectors and really the transformation paths that they need to do in order to reduce their dependencies and impacts. So that's in short, and happy to talk about it later. Shall I hand over to you?
Thank you so much. It's hard to hear myself talk. So it's so interesting, kind of the work you're doing has a lot to do with what we're trying to do, except we're trying to look at the corporate accountability for nature on from the ecosystem standpoint, which means we are saying that corporations cause damage to nature, and in order to move corporations to take action and move in the right direction, we need to set up certain components of this ecosystem to be able to entice them, provide them support to make action, and then also hold them responsible on the back end. And so as part of that process, we're providing grants to organizations that are working in this space. We're convening all the different actors working in this space because we believe there has to be a better coordination. And we're also trying to align all the efforts so there's not as much overlap as, for example, happened in the climate accountability space a few years ago. So our role is basically as a grant maker, as a convener, orchestrator of this whole space, and then we're also, working on creating a separate validation process for the science-based targets for nature. So trying to make sure that validation and accountability for implementation of science-based targets for nature is going in a very independent and transparent way. So our call for action here is, first of all, how do we get funders to understand what we're trying to do? Because a lot of this is, plumbing work. Second of all, how do we get together all of us who are working in this space, all the organizations that we want to fund, who are doing this, and to do it in a more aligned and more coherent and more kind of impactful way? And how do we, as we do all of this, make sure that we're doing it at the speed and scale that is needed at this critical time? So those are some of the items that I would like to discuss in our group call.
Thank you. I really love that word, orchestrator, because I think you do a pretty good job at doing that. So thank you so much. So the Securing Indigenous Rights in a Green Economy is an indigenous-led organization. We are 5 different organizations and 1 affiliate organizations doing this work. And I would just like to acknowledge real quick that these organizations include Batani Foundation, First Peoples Worldwide, Cultural Survival, Earthworks, and Society for Threatened Peoples. I have to read it because otherwise I will forget. And then we also have International Work Group on Indigenous Affairs, or IGVIA. So, as one of the most important things for us, from our view, is that as we are watching this fast tracking of the deployment of renewable energy technologies and electric vehicles and electric mobility, it's important to know where those minerals that are being used to produce these technologies are coming from. 54% of the projects that are currently extracting transition minerals are on or near the lands of indigenous peoples. So at the same time, we are watching three things that are happening in the world right now as a result of this acceleration. And first, we are watching or witnessing the emergence of supply chains frameworks. One of the things we could talk about is we see on one side the control China has over these minerals like lithium, copper, cobalt, nickel. On the other side, we see how Europe and US and Canada are organizing the Mineral Security Partnership to secure their own supply chains for these minerals, because they call them critical, and they are, not just for, this is accompanied by a rhetoric of national security. On the other side, we are also watching or witnessing these legal frameworks that are emerging. We see in the EU, for example, the CSDDD, the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive. That's quite a name. And at the same time, we see the CRMA, the Critical Raw Materials Act, right? And our group is so small in Surge, but we're trying to do all of this work in these ecosystems that are emerging to secure the rights of indigenous peoples. And finally, just quickly, I want to say that we are witnessing the emergence of standard-setting organizations, which are organizations that are trying to set the standards and to say which of these extractive activities are actually in line with not only international standards but also other standards. So our job as Surge is to make sure that the right to self-determination and the right to free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous peoples are upheld even as we are watching all of this, and to challenge those harmful narratives. Because a lot of times we hear that, we have to do this so fast, or climate needs it, but there's a carbon tunnel approach just focused on reducing carbon emissions while we are leaving to one side overconsumption, overdevelopment that is happening in these wealthier nations.
Super interesting. We just had a guest that came in, so we all introduced each other because we are small enough. If you really put your headphones, you realize that you hear much better what's happening.
Hi everyone, sorry I was late. It's my first day and I'm still trying to navigate the map of COP. My name's Nora Burke. I work at the Institutional Investors Group on climate change. So we support investors to engage with companies on reducing nature and biodiversity loss.
Super. So if you switch it on, you'll see that a silent disco actually works. And then this way we hear each other despite all the great noise that there is. So fascinating. We heard about 3 different initiatives, all at very different levels, but all with a very common theme or aim. One on the accountability ecosystem, how do you get and organize that? Then Brian, more focused perhaps on the extractive, linking it back then also to the indigenous peoples and have these voices being respected. Every time you're concerned about the corporates and how they deal and what they do. And then Barbara is also coming with Innovate for Nature, looking at the corporate world on how they can bring innovation. They can bring ideas and suggestions that are already nature positive, are, bringing the great things. So I think we're not that big of a group where we need to split up again. And the idea is, let's continue that conversation. You highlighted in your picture some of the challenges, so I don't know if you want to start with that. I also really want to open up to other people here in the group. If you have something that you want to to share or put to the table, please go ahead. It's not limited to the 3 individuals that I asked. It was just to spark basically suggestions and ideas. But if you have something that you want to bring in or that make you react on what was said, please do so. So who wants? Yeah, Barbara. And then again, we'll put the microphone here in the middle for you to pick up, because you see that that's the way that we can communicate in this noisy environment.
Now I think it's on, right? Okay, perfect. Okay, no, I think, and first when Gerard invited me, then I thought, okay, let's see what we have in common. And I think the 3 organizations have very much in common, right? And we all want to achieve a nature positive future for one. We all want to involve corporates in one way or other to transform. And I think what would be interesting for me to explore is also to see, how can we maybe also together approach some of the corporates? Be it yourself, where you say, hey, on the accountability front, I'm always referring to the ACT framework, so the assess, then you know it, right? Commit, transform, and at the end disclose. And I see Innovate for Nature really at the transformation space, and I think your part rather probably at the A and C space, right? And the D and the D space, and then I think you as well, right? You probably would be cool to see maybe within our solutions we have some interesting solutions on how can we recycle some of these rare earths, how can we ensure we don't have to extract them. And then I think sometimes what the challenge is that we are all approaching corporates, right? And say, hey, we have this great initiative, do you want to be part of it? So the question here for the discussion could be also to say, how can we approach them maybe together as well and say, hey, you need to do all this work and every organization has another role to play. And I think that could be interesting to explore.
Thank you. That's perfect. We think about this every day. So that is the idea basically behind the accelerator, is to say, okay, what are all of your challenges and how can we join forces and with one voice? And I think one of these questions here, how can we collectively articulate the key success factor, kind of what success looks like? And we were just talking earlier within our team, and some of you are our grantees, like IIGCC, and so it's really very, very much kind of, you brought the people together who are actually doing very similar things. Gerard, thank you for that. What I think is missing, one of the things that's missing, is how do we show success, apart from, okay, we're changing a policy or something like that. I think the key is to show how companies are changing policies and actions and activities as a result of everything we're doing. And I think that's where we're not yet there. We're not collectively aligning, we're not maybe even just talking, we're not, because we have 50 plus grantees and some of them have been working on different components and are almost there, but we haven't shown it yet, how companies are changing as a result. So I think that's a missing piece, if we can capture that somewhere. I don't know what's the best way to do that, maybe by coming together like this and figuring it out together, but that would be something I would be interested in.
I just have a quick follow-up question, which is, the 50 grantees, are these corporates?
No, these are organizations like Surge, like IIGCC, your organization could be one, that are working on different components of accountability that we support with small grants, because we can do it faster and more kind of focused, and then we raise money from different foundations to do that. So.
I think it's really great approach to sort of change and transform corporates. We could be one part of the puzzle in corporates investing into nature, because we have a conservation trust funds. A trust fund which is basically relying on a match funding. So we have public but we're also now looking into, so far we had a public-private match, which was 2-to-1, but since public funding is very rare, nowadays we look into 1-to-1-to-1. So one part corporate, one part public, one part private. So if you have corporates that are interested and transform and are sort of on that road already, if they are ready to invest, for example, 10 million into the trust fund, we would match that with another 20 million from the private and from the public sector, and we can support protected areas of large scale, which are minimum 2,000 square kilometers. Many of our protected areas that we support are very huge, and we do this in eternity. So 50 plus years is our financial model for eternity. So this would be interesting, that if you have corporates who are on that track and are interested in not only transforming, which they need to do, but also investing in already standing nature, which is needed for nature positive, then we could be a part of a solution or a part of a contribution of corporates. Let's put it like this.
Yeah. Yes, the long-term vision, I think, is something that the corporates need to understand, that we need, because the long-term vision should start today. Let me tell you that I have been working with the marine protected areas for a lot of time, especially in Mexico, in the Gulf of California. And we have realized that the concept has not attracted these kind of investors. We rely on philanthropy a lot, and we need to start bringing the corporations or these other funding sources with business plans. We are calling it frameworks. Our framework is 10 years of investing, and we need to change from impact investments to system investment. And for that reason, we are publishing, or we are pushing this concept, and this is why we are here. We shouldn't be talking more about marine protected areas. We should be talking about marine prosperity areas. And prosperity includes how these investors can see them investing in this model, but especially because we need a long time to really achieve something, and won't be before 10 years. It could be the minimum time to really see the restoring of the ecosystem at a level where we can start seeing changes in the communities, especially in business related with or sustainable business, blue economies.
If you don't mind, but the big absent here in the room are the businesses, right? The corporates. So we want them to change, to invest, to cooperate with us, but I think we also need to figure out why should they want to do that, and how do we get them then to show, hey, let's see, that could be a roadmap. Maybe we start with this first, which is interesting for you, or that. And yeah, I guess that's something we need to dig a bit deeper into, maybe here, but also afterwards for sure.
Thank you. Is it? Okay. Okay, thank you. Just a follow-up to your comment. I think I would like to share something that happened to me over my capstone project just last semester. And we were working for the US Army and how to improve their energy transition for the installations. And they wanted us to collect some case studies of how the big technology companies as Amazon, Google, Meta, all of them in the Silicon Valley have been investing in energy transition and having like these new fields full of panels. And at the beginning we were like so environmentally oriented, thinking like, oh, it's because they wanna be more be cleaner and be more aligned with all these new technologies. And it was very interesting to understand at some point that the whole movement was not because they were trying to reach a new goal in terms of their sustainability, but because something that starts as a new project, a small project, to try to reach a little goal into sustainability, then led them to understand that because of those projects, they could collect tax returns, and that was saving them a lot of money. So there was a financial incentive behind, and that was actually the push that created the significant change on the way they were like approaching energy and their consumption. So I think like when we try to understand how the financial incentive can actually drive changes, is how we can actually bring all the big companies and like all the corporations into our goals and being able to communicate with them in their language, because at the end they just want to make more profit and save money, and they were realizing that by making those changes in their logistics and their systems, they were not only saving money but like making more profits and also having it's kind of a revenue in terms of branding and their own image. So that's the kind of conversation that probably we should bring up into the table, and it's also showing them how they will benefit for these changes.
Just to say I agree a lot with that. We work with investors, and everything we do is grounded in the financial risk of not thinking about impacts on nature and not ensuring and having corporates that you're invested in impacting the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. I think with mining companies, the biggest operational cost is protests from local organizations after they destroy ecosystems. But yeah, I more have questions rather than answers, but we have one large investor engagement initiative called Nature Action 100, and we're publishing a benchmark that's going to assess companies in their transition towards activities that help regenerate ecosystems. And one of the foundational aspects of the benchmark is whether these companies are, when they're developing their transition plans, if they are consulting indigenous peoples and local communities, if they're developing their strategy with meaningful participation of these groups. And I guess this also goes to the question about scaling investments on the ground, but I don't know how many spaces exist where you do have CEOs working together with impacted communities and the communities really helping to shape the strategy for the future. I'd like to know. And the second question about scaling investments in what you were talking about in the marine ecosystem, I feel like some of the best initiatives I've seen tend to be small organizations on the ground that are, you know, they're the ones who are making the biggest impact, but they're not able to absorb the millions of dollars or billions sometimes that institutional investors have to get out. So I feel like there's also an enormous amount of capacity building with local organizations to make it so they can absorb that funding, because ultimately that's where a lot of the impact will happen. So that's not really answers, but just questions if anybody has answers to those.
Well. Yeah, but I just need to. Yeah, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so I would just like to go in order with the questions, if that's okay. So there's a question here, and I think it's very important on articulating the key success factor for the proposed initiative. So in the work of the Search Coalition, in order to uphold the rights of indigenous peoples and bring accountability to supply chains, we engage electric vehicle manufacturers, because we know that engaging mining companies not only is so difficult, it's dangerous also for communities and for ourselves. And sometimes there is no openness for us to have that space. So we have an approach where we engage electrical vehicle manufacturers. We've had some successes with Tesla, for example. And we've engaged Stellantis, we've engaged Ford, to try and strengthen their indigenous people's rights policies. But I think it's really important, as we are talking about businesses, right? They have a responsibility. You know, it's okay, we can engage with them in conversations, but it's really important that they know that they have a responsibility. I've been in conversations here at COP, and it's really sad to hear from some of those companies, some standard bearers in those industries, to say that the obligation is for states only, that there's an over-reliance that states should fulfill the rights of indigenous peoples. But we are here to say your responsibility doesn't go away simply because the government in place does not fulfill the rights of indigenous people. So that's our message. So that's on one side as we approach corporates and to uphold the rights of indigenous peoples in those spaces. But we've also gone to the EU Parliament and spoken to parliamentarians and brought those cases to them and say, you need to include references to the rights of indigenous peoples in this. Europe is the biggest market for electric vehicles. And so all the time we hear, okay, yes, we want to move forward, we want to do better, but what we see on the ground is different. So it's not just the references there, but a good mechanism to make sure that implementation is done is necessary. And finally, of course, not only we have to reach them, but we also have to reach the consumer at some point. That's, I think, what's missing for us. You know, how do we reach the consumer? Because we're doing a lot of the things here, but who has the final word on whether these products make it to the market? It's the consumer. So.
Okay. Thank you. That was really sort of helpful, and I loved some of your questions. And I think one of the things, so I look a lot at Asia, and we've been looking a lot at sort of critical minerals in Indonesia. And one of the biggest obstacles that we feel is, and this is maybe why we're getting stuck, is some of the transparency issues. And so things like, you know, the lack of transparency in that supply chain, you know, reliable data is often unavailable, it's manipulated, you know, harmful practices are allowed to continue and go unchecked. And, you know, I think that from that point, because of that difficulty in understanding the supply chains, where it's going, there are difficulties in acknowledging the issues and then taking that to the consumer itself. One of the ways that we try and tackle that is by amplifying local voices like yourselves. And, you know, because there is that huge disconnect between corporate practices and sustainability and the realities on the ground that we see. And unfortunately, a lot of that isn't communicated. You know, marginalized voices aren't heard. There's very little local media or advocacy coming out. And so, you know, supporting that and trying to amplify that is really important in getting the message to the end. And, you know, when you're dealing with Southeast Asia, for example, a lot of the supply chain is sitting in China, and it's very difficult to communicate there and socialize these issues with the companies. So I think that there's a lot of pieces that need to be put in, and I think that's sort of lending to what Natasha was saying, is trying to complete that ecosystem and the accountability gaps which end up from, you know, the local to the global, and the disconnect between that supply chain, which is a big obstacle.
Just previously, Brian, you mentioned also the role of the consumer. So I wanted to ask you, Philip and Barbara, I mean, with Innovate for Nature, there are actually a lot of solutions that are coming up, which are really customer orientated. So can you describe, you know, some of the successful ones that you have? And then, you know, is that really a lever that can change? And also I like your analogy on saying, well, let's work to the end let's say producer or end manufacturer in a value chain, so that we clean up the whole value chain this way.
I mean, within our 400 solution, we have a few, B2C solutions. So one that has been with Innovate for Nature is hotel slippers or insoles made out of cork, which you can recycle all the time. But I think they are still very small, right? Those are niche products. Or we have also some that make out of recycled plastic. They make swimsuits and other things. But I think they're still too small. I think I think we need more solutions, kind of business to business, so that we can show how can you transform your supply chain, what can you do within your supply chain, right? And I mean, if we select our nature positive solutions, we also include how our community is involved, and we actually, among our top 4 winners, they are very much community based as well, and I think that's important. I think of the challenges, maybe just to tackle on what you were saying, I think sometimes we need to also learn, maybe from other sectors, what are they doing? And I think the transparency within the supply chain, especially in the mining sector, be it in gold or rare earth or others, I think the players are trying to come up with solutions. The players are trying to come up with solutions, but I think it's also probably important that they then understand also, yes, what is happening in the communities itself. So just making sure the communities have a say. But yeah. And I'll come back to you afterwards because I know about the case in Guatemala, but I think that's a little bit too detailed. I mean, I think it's really also, I love the Nature Action 100. I think it's great and it's important. It's an important initiative. And I think it's just, yes, how can we support each other, right? And how can we scale? And I mean, I also like what you were saying, right? We just need corporates that invest that money. Maybe we need to bring severals together and say, hey, if you're focusing on oceans or you want to rehabilitate and really ensure ocean health, maybe we have several organizations and we have several solutions that they could invest in, and then we could do blended finance. So I think we need to probably look at these type of solutions, because there might be companies that are willing to invest that much money, but maybe not all of them, right? So just as a thought, and
Thank you, Barbara. So, I mean, this has been a great discussion. Perhaps you feel that it's gone a little bit in all different directions, but not that much, because you've followed quite nicely the script here of the various questions. So I've taken some notes, and that's also why I was asking for your name and organizations, especially those people, because all these ones I know, because then we can send you the report back as well to get the discussions going. So as we've about 10-20 minutes left, I would really now, from this discussion, what do you pick up? What is new? What is, different? What basically is when you will walk out of this room, you'll think differently, because we've had that interaction. We didn't have a panel with 4 presenters, we actually had an interaction. So kind of curious to hear, how can these types of discussions evolve further, and how can we do this more often and better? How do we get corporates? Because they're not far, they're just around the corner. Some of them are probably even sitting in a room next door because they're listening to GRI. So.
For me, Gerard, it just underscores the need to bring all the different stakeholders working in this space together, and including corporates and indigenous groups and others. So I think it's what we're going to do, and this definitely reinforces that, is we're going to try to bring these communities together. One of the sessions we're going to have that's doing that is our session on that Mariana can share with you, which is bringing all the different stakeholders together and continuing this conversation, which we already planned for next week. So she can share, and please sign up and come to that, because there will be even more organizations like yours working in the different aspects of the accountability space. So I think, so yes, for me, it's just we need more of this and more alignment and working together.
Yes. So for Search Coalition, as we said, we are doing so much work, but the most important thing to us is that the work that we do is translated into benefits for communities. Through Search Coalition, we have supported over 48 communities who are on the front lines of extractive industries, extracting transition minerals. We've supported communities in the Lithium Triangle. We've supported communities in Southeast Asia. It's okay. And so we will continue to do that work because it's important to our self-determination. I would want to show you also one of the biggest successes we've had this year. We published one of the first of its kind. It's a guide on securing indigenous people's right to free, prior, and informed consent. Many of the guides that we had before in these ecosystems did not do the job adequately. So we needed to have one that would speak to us and that would uphold our priorities. And one of the things that you will find on this guide, for example, is that free, prior, and informed consent is not just a substantive right, it's a procedural right for indigenous peoples. And that the rights of indigenous peoples are protected by making sure that the procedure, the process is respected too. And when we say informed consent, a lot of companies come to indigenous people's lands and don't speak to us in our languages. We have the right to set our own expectations, our own rules. And each community, they have their own priorities. Some communities will want to engage with you in conversations. Some communities won't want to engage with you. And that's okay, because that right is protected by free, prior, and informed consent and the right to self-determination.
No, actually, I just want to say, I'm sorry, I understood it wrong. The one that I passed by is also a really nice panel that we're going to have, but the one that she was talking about is we are going to bring together some of our grantees. We have projects around the world. We are trying to focus lately more in the global south, like Latin America, Africa, and Asia. So we're going to have some of those representatives. This one, unfortunately, I don't have anything that I can pass through, but I have all the information if you want. It's going to be at the Marriott Hotel on the 26th at 10 a.m. But if you need more information, please just let me know and I can give it to you.
So I think corporations are ready to invest. They are seeing all the changes, all the challenges that we are facing, but I think they are waiting for a big challenge. And let me tell you or show you this example. In the Gulf of California, several investors come together and build an aquarium in one of the cities in the Gulf of California. And the price or the cost of this aquarium was $100 million, just to exhibit some species and blah, blah, the architecture is magnificent, whatever. So now we are creating this challenge to bring this $100 million to create 10 marine prosperity areas with a budget of $1 million every year for 10 years. Using this analogy that the investors were able to invest in an aquarium for $100 million. Of course, they are waiting profits. Yes, this aquarium already, they say that they will get the investment return in 7 or 8 years, and now the projection is that they will get this return in 4 years, because a lot of people is coming to the aquarium. We are providing the numbers showing that these 10 marine prosperity areas will generate a lot of profit. but we need to. But the idea is to propose or have this plan for 10 years with this scale. And this framework that I am talking about, the first step is to recognize the rights and the communities that live there, but with other 17 key actions to move the whole community along these 10 years. But the investment needs to be done in that way. And I think the idea is to put together this plan and really challenge the investors at that scale. If not, they will continue giving some money here, some other money here, and doing nothing because there is no plan, and they are just basically investing in some very tiny things.
I had a question for you, Octavio. Oh, I need to take these off so I can actually talk. I was curious about where we could find, a list of those 17 key actions, and then also what were the convincing factors for the investors to invest in a marine protected or a marine prosperity area?
Well, actually, the paper is in review, of course, but I can share with you some of these ideas. We are creating a brochure about these marine prosperity areas. We want to create this model in the Gulf of California, but of course to replicate this model in other parts. And I think the important thing is to bring investors that they are already in the region. Baja California, it's a peninsula in Mexico, and many people, especially from the U.S., they want to retire in that area. So there is a lot of people investing in houses and other properties in Baja. And the idea is to, again, many of them have corporations or are part of corporations. So the idea is to create a map of these investors in the regions, and basically the idea is to show them that there is a common, or should be common areas for everyone, and we need to invest in these common areas, especially in the marine regions.
Any further interventions on what you picked up, what you heard now through this exchange, which surprised you?
Respond to that, I think a big argument you could make is the impacts of climate change, that if you actually restore these areas, all of the people that are investing in real estate are actually going to be more resilient to the impacts of physical climate risk. So I hope that works.
My colleague here, how do we get corporations to be in this room with us? How do we do that? Does anyone have any ideas?
So Natasha, if I may, I was going to react a little bit on this, because one thing that I've really noticed is here we are more non-for-profit, NGOs, universities, but some of us have some corporate experience, and you are now much more talking the corporate language. So what is interesting is you're turning a marine protected area in a prosperity area. You're talking about profits, you're talking about investment plans. NA100 does a ranking, does really highlight the wrongdoers, the best doers. Guides are now being developed the corporate way, because then it gives corporate guidance. So what's happening is there is clearly, let's say, a tendency now for non-for-profit world to move towards the corporates. Now the question is, like in a dating game, do you go 95% or do you go 50% and have them come the other 50%? And that's where I think we're still not sure on how far we should be going. But to a certain extent, this is where the GBF is interesting. So just before I came to this session, I was in the business and finance session, where it was all corporates, it was all accountants, and they are talking about the need for alignment, the need for also the civil society to be clear and precise on what they expect. because we are sending a lot of very different messages, and we are adding a lot of layers to the various cakes. You know, the climate cake, the social dimension cake, the nature cake, and the problem is corporates will need to make then a prioritization of that. So I think there's an effort from all communities is continuing these discussions, identifying what matters most to them in a certain sense in their value chain. And again, that's where the value chain approach is so important. And the upcoming frameworks like a TNFD, the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, start with locate, identify where your risks are, and then start prioritizing them, which ones are real material and all that. So we are using, again, corporate language in prioritizing efforts on where to go. Now, I know you were all mentioning also the issue of funding. And how do we make sure this is not just philanthropy funding that we rely on, because this is the pots that we tend and have used, but how do we turn, and this is where you highlighted this, where do we go into mainstream investment and mainstream finance, how do we make this a match fund to the real money? So this is some of the other efforts, I think, on how to get corporates. I would not suggest that we turn everything into profits, because there again, does it, upheld the various rights of the indigenous people, and they're investing in something that's all common to us. So the whole profit and the privatization is still probably a barrier that needs to be passed on. But I think that's where these dialogues needs to continue to happen, to understand, okay, what's the type of return that you're looking at? I think with Barbara, we looked at when we do nature positive solutions or nature-based solutions, are we measuring all the benefits? Or are we just focusing on the financial ones, the carbon ones, which are easily to identify in numbers, but how are we also identifying all the social benefits, all the benefits that you're bringing back to your employees, being proud of working for that organization or that institution, which is valuable as well if you want to keep the right talents into your organizations. At least that's what the oil and gas is suffering with today, because they can't retain talents at the moment. But I'll stop here because I could be listing many other things.
Thanks, Gerard, for this. I think, as you were saying, it's not just about profits, it's really also about putting a price on nature. I think that's really important. And I just wanted to share with you as well, you need, so I don't know if you know the book from André Hoffmann. He's our president of Innovate for Nature, who published the book, The New Nature of Business. And I think there are many interesting sentences in there, but one that I like a lot, it's really not that companies need to start not just to do profits and then spend the earnings on reforestation, but really at the beginning already try to change their business models. And I think that's what we are all aiming at. And I think we need to work together to then say, hey, it's about accountability, it's about transparency as well. But then it's about also showing them how they can transform their business model so that they are still here maybe 5 or 10 years in the future. And then we need to, I think I find it a very valuable discussion here in terms of, meeting new people, seeing we're all aiming at the same, and maybe we have complementarity, we can work together so that we can really achieve the 30 by 30 goals by 2030. So that would be something also to say at the end.
I know we have very little time, but just in this final minutes, I would just also want to share from indigenous perspectives the problem that we are facing, not just biodiversity loss, but the climate crisis. And these two things are not really sure why we have two different events to go to when it's really, they're interconnected. But to us, we will not be able to resolve this issue by using a market approach. And yes, we have a lot of tools available to us to solve this issue. But that's what got us here in the first place. That's what got us here. So from our indigenous cosmovision, the love we have for the earth, our traditions, spirituality that arises from this connection, we can say there cannot be a price put on nature. Nature does not have a price. It's impossible to put a price on it. Our job as humans, and at least for us as indigenous peoples, is to protect nature with everything that we have, and that's why from our own efforts, as little as they are, in our engagements that we do, that's the message that we bring to them. And connecting these two things, that nature and people are not two separate things. But a lot of people think that nature is untouched, but indigenous peoples manage a lot of that nature. So that's just the message we want to end on, and thank you so much.
So thank you for that. It's showing there are still debates out there, and this is fine because that will progress us further. We didn't touch on justice, but actually in the paper that we are doing around justice, it's actually look at the 3 I's of justice: the intergenerational, the intragenerational, and the interspecies one. So, you know, we as being part of nature, and nature being part of all the other species. So thank you very much for the great discussion. This was a nice one group. We didn't do it in smaller groups. I hope the silent disco worked. Thank you very much. I've taken your names and emails because I'll try to summarize some of the discussion and send it back to you, and then get the discussions continuing.
Would everybody be okay that the emails are shared? Because I would like to follow up with a few people afterwards. So if that is okay, that we get access to the emails,
Excellent.
that would be brilliant.
Yeah. So I'll send it with an open group then to everybody, and I'll put it in a Google Doc so that, you know, if you got comments, if I misrepresented some of the elements, then you're able to complement it further as well. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for the good discussion.
a bit of not speaking through the microphone. Can you hear me okay? Yeah?
As soon as they're going to start.
As soon as they start? Yeah? Okay. Maybe we'll do that. If you could please put your headphones on. Thank you. We'll see. Can you hear me? Not yet. Still plugging things in. Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me okay? Amazing. Okay. Well, thank you all for coming to our session here. The time is wrong on the slide. Sorry, there was a bit of a confusion, but we are running from 12 and we'll wrap up by 1 o'clock. If anyone's got plans after, we'll make sure we're respectful of the time. Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm here from CISL. We're part of the University of Cambridge. It's a bit of a funky think tank called the Sustainability Institute for Leadership. Institute for Sustainability Leadership. And I work in the finance part of our organization. And Harry and Edmund, two of my other colleagues here, work in the business model side. This session, we'll present it you a bit, but what we're really looking for is conversations and dialogue. So we were hoping we would have a few more join us, and maybe there will be a couple that will drip in. But in the case that this is our group, we'll just come together into maybe 1 or 2 groups for discussions. So just to give you a quick overview of the session agenda, we're going to introduce a project that we've been working on for the past year, just to give everyone a bit of a grounding of what we're working on, and some session objectives. And then we'll do about 25 minutes focused mostly on business models. And then our second half will be focused more on financing. So how do we scale financing towards nature positive? And then we'll have 5 minutes to wrap up at the end. So sorry, before I do that. So objectives is firstly just to introduce you into some of the thinking around the A-Track project, and then a bit of a chance to explore some of the barriers and some of the opportunities around business models and around financing for nature. And as I said, I think there are a lot of brilliant brains in this room. We want to hear from you. We want to learn from you to help steer the direction of travel for our work moving forward. So just a quick overview of A-Track, another acronym, which I'm sorry, I know it's a bit of alphabet soup out there. A-Track stands for Accelerating Transformation Through Capital's Knowledge, and it's a project with a variety of partners, and what we are aiming to achieve is to get a lion's share of businesses, financial institutions, and governments to accelerate action for nature. And there's 5 main content packages to try and achieve that. I feel like it's somewhat like a bit of a nesting doll type setup with the different work packages. So one of them is on life cycle assessment. So really where the rubber hits the road. What are the elements of nature that come into products? What are the influence on kind of that life cycle of the product for nature? Also around natural capital accounting methodology. So how do we understand the use of natural capital in organizations, and how does that boil up to what's happening with governments? What are the information pathways, the biodiversity information pathways? So if we have a lot of public data and a lot of private data, how do we bring those together to really help drive business models and to drive finance? So from the CISL perspective, we're leading the bottom 2 of these work streams. Hello, everyone joining. The speakers for the session are the headphones. It will apparently get quite loud with the session next door, so if you don't mind just getting your headphones on. In terms of who's part of A-Track, it's these logos that you're seeing up on the screen. It's a project that is co-funded by EU Horizon, so we're very grateful for them for funding this project. We are almost at year 1 of a 4-year project, and so the 2 publications that we're going to share with you today are really some initial insights, but we've got 3 years to drive content, and that's part of the intention here today, is to gather feedback from folks in the room to help steer how we move through the next 3 years. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Harry.
Okay, can you all hear me? Okay. So as Sarah said, I'm Harry Greenfield. I work in CISL's Business and Nature team, and we've been leading the work on A-Track, particularly focused on business models and business model transformation. It's a 4-year project. As Sarah says, we come to the end of year 1, and the overall goal of what we're trying to do is to scale up nature positive aligned business models. So that's both looking at new businesses that are adopting nature positive aligned business models, but also how they can be integrated into existing incumbent businesses. And the focus of what I'll talk about today, and then the discussion we can have, is on the report that we published earlier this month called Better Business, Rethinking Business Models for Nature Positive Outcomes, which basically sets out our foundational thinking for how we want to approach this. So I'll highlight a bit what's in the report, and then I hope we can have a bit of a discussion about how this works and how it's landing outside. Okay. Oh, well, I had some other slides, but they're not on there. So I will leave it there and just talk from my notes. And we can maybe circulate slides afterwards. But yeah, so the report starts with a understanding of why we need new business models. And I think obviously there's been a lot of focus in business on how they can improve nature. I think given the Global Biodiversity Framework and the Nature Positive goal, we know that requires deep transformation across the private sector, more than we're probably seeing at the moment. And specifically, this means moving beyond harm reduction, which is the focus of quite a lot of work at the moment. So businesses are looking at their nature-related risks and impacts, and looking within their operations and their supply chains at what they can do to reduce the harm they're causing to nature. But we know that nature positive means both reducing harm but also restoring natural ecosystems. And I think there's less focus within business on how they can play their part in ecosystem restoration and in actually bending the curve in the right direction. We're also looking in this work at going beyond changing practices within businesses. So a lot of what the focus is identify harms, say, within your supply chain or operations, and look at changes you can make. So that might be changes to procurement, changes to where you invest within the business, changes to operational activities. But I think the problem is with that if the core business model, so the value creation proposition within a business, is inherently misaligned with the nature positive goal, then changing those practices won't be enough. So we think that for many businesses, there's a risk that there's a tension between their profitability and their sustainability goals, that basically they can get rid of some of the worst practices within their business, but ultimately if their core strategy and their core business model isn't aligned with nature positive, then the economy-wide shifts we want to see won't happen. We also think there are some benefits to changing business models. Obviously, I think if you have a business model that's aligned with a nature positive goal, you're more likely to reduce your environmental risk and improve the resilience of the business. And we also think that there's been a lot of focus on the sort of the risk side of this, on the problems that businesses cause and the problems that nature loss cause to business. But we see this as a way of thinking about the opportunities. So if there are ways to align kind of profit-seeking business models with nature-positive outcomes, then that obviously aligns with the business case for engaging in these kind of activities. So if such a thing as a nature-positive business model or a nature-positive aligned business model exists, then that's obviously a good thing, and we think that we hope that it does, and we're looking to work out whether we can find a pathway towards them. So, yeah, so it's not on the slides. But the structure of the report that we published, it basically starts by defining what we mean by a business model, looking at the entire list of structures within a business, so how they create value, how they capture value, and how that's distributed between their operations. We then look at how business models could contribute to nature positive outcomes, and we come up with a typology of business model archetypes, so types of businesses that could be nature positive aligned. And finally, we've started to think about a change methodology. So in practice, how can businesses move from where they are now to one of these kind of archetypes of a nature positive aligned business model? Yeah, I have a definition of what we mean. I might need to it's on my phone maybe. Sorry about this. So yeah, we have a working definition of a nature positive aligned business model, which is a financially viable business entity whose value proposition and rationale are centered around nature positive principles. So I think it captures that idea that it's about financial viability. We're not talking about making changes that means that the business is no longer able to operate commercially, but also that the core principles are not just some of the aspects of their operations are aligned with the goal of nature positive. And so I think capturing those two things is quite important within this. We're also aware that there's a spectrum of change that businesses can undertake. So we think this builds quite logically. So using SBTN's action framework, which talks about how businesses can move from kind of reducing harm to restoring nature and then to kind of systemic transformations within the business. And we see business model transformation as towards the latter end of that pathway. So thinking about what happens next. And I think that's also addressing something that our colleagues in WBCSD, who are also working on this ATRAP project, they surveyed businesses earlier this year to ask about how different people within businesses were addressing nature. And one of the findings from that survey was that there's what they termed a pioneer gap. So for leading businesses who are doing all they can on nature, there's not a clear pathway to where they're going to go next. There's a lot of information about what businesses can do at the beginning, sort of what is nature, why does it matter? And there's things like TNFD, which they can get involved in. But to undertake the fundamental shift that we think is necessary to transform to a nature positive economy, there's no case studies, there's no examples, there's very few examples out there of what that looks like. So we're hoping to fill that gap with this work. So I think I can now move on to a slide that actually is in the deck. We created this typology of business models. So this is a list of what we think are the types of products and services or business models that could contribute to nature positive outcomes. I won't go through this in detail, but it's in the report, so hopefully you can look at it later. And I think hopefully it gives an idea of the types of thinking we're talking about. So that's things from sort of changing products and services to regeneration, so looking at what role businesses can play in nature restoration and regeneration, reconfiguring value chains, and some sort of service models around these types of outcomes. So I'll stop there. I know it's been quite a quick overview of what we're doing, but hopefully the questions I want to discuss, this will inspire them, but you can give your own thoughts. So I think we've got about, I'm not sure how long we've got left, probably about 15 or 20 minutes to have a discussion. And I think the things that I'd like to hear from you in the room really are what the barriers to aligning business models with the nature positive goal are, and if you've got any examples of companies that are thinking about this or are doing this in practice. But also happy to talk more if people have specific questions about what's in the report. We can have a kind of fluid discussion. Do we have another mic?
Do we want to do just like one big group discussion or smaller group discussions? I guess maybe we can do a bit of a vote. So our thought was that we could do kind of group discussions, but I don't think we knew fully what the sound audio situation would look like. We can kind of do one big group discussion and just pass mics around, or we can break into groups. Maybe just raise of hands, option 1, which is one big group. All right, one big group, perfect. We will just pass mics around. Kick it off, please. Yep.
Yes? Yes. Perfect. My question was, you say that businesses are more busy or inclined to reduce their negative impacts than engaging into restoration. Personally, I have the opposite perception, because the transactional risk to change the business, the operations, are way higher than putting money in something, okay, I'm doing bad somewhere, but I'm restoring elsewhere. It's not offsetting, but yeah, it works in a way or another. It's some form of. So why do you think, do you have examples, or do you make an investigation? Because you're changing my paradigm.
I suppose, if I'm right, I think you're talking about kind of investment in specific restoration projects as part of the business. I suppose from the research we've done, I don't think that's often the kind of profit-making element of a business. It might be, as you say, maybe some offsetting or kind of CSR type ESG funding. It might be kind of community-focused funds into specific projects. So I suppose we're not saying that businesses don't undertake restoration, but they do it alongside whatever the core business kind of value creation proposition that they're undertaking is. So I think that's what we're saying is kind of, is there business to be done in ecosystem restoration, as opposed to having a business that does things that may harm the environment and then doing ecosystem restoration elsewhere.
Yeah, hello, my name is Johannes Förster from the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research, UZ in Germany. Yeah, I was wondering, I mean, there are a lot of examples out there in the world where we have nature positive businesses. I mean, it depends a bit of what is profitability or a profitable business. But if you think of, okay, a business model should be in tune and in synergy with the ecosystems around it and with the biodiversity around it. And if you go to biosphere reserves, UNESCO biosphere reserves, they have this as the core. That's traditional landscapes, management systems evolved in line with the nature, and a lot of local businesses use and interact with nature in a way that is interactive with nature. It's not just taking out of nature, but it's also giving back. And yeah, like examples are, for example, fisheries. There is a biosphere reserve in Germany in the east where there are large lakes and inland fisheries which have existed there for centuries, and there's a huge biodiversity benefit, like all the species, freshwater species, bird species, and so on. They all thrive on these man-made systems, but in synergy with the biosphere. And so looking at UNESCO biosphere reserves, you get some great examples for nature-positive businesses. And also if you think of labels, regional labels, like in France, for example, all these locally regional products, often they have a long tradition of being evolved in synergy with ecosystems and the surroundings. So I think there are a lot of examples out there.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I think maybe we overstated the fact that there are no examples. There are some sectors, sort of fisheries, agriculture, ecotourism, but they tend to be quite small scale. And I think the question is, are they kind of a drop in the ocean when it compares to how we need the economy to look like? So I think one of the things we want to investigate is where there are examples of that kind of small scale, often non-extractive, kind of sustainable use of nature. Is there a way of scaling that up, or replacing existing systems with those systems?
Yeah, but maybe the more small scale system is the more sustainable one. Like, we have to ask if this global system of global supply chains and so on is really
so replication rather than scale up.
But if is the globalized system fitting the biosphere and the ecosystems, what they can deliver, maybe we need to break it down to more locally again. These local systems.
I think that's right. And I think the question about barriers, I mean, we're going to be doing some work in the coming year looking at the systemic barriers to having the right type of business models, which will look at the kind of commercial and market incentives, the policy environment. And I think, not to preempt the work, but as you say, I mean, I think that the system as it is now does not encourage or incentivize these types of business models. They're kind of fighting against the current when it comes to what works, what's commercial, what's profitable. So I think looking at ways we can change that to encourage more of the types of businesses that are out there is a key point of this work. And linking to the work that Sarah will talk about in a minute, thinking about how finance and investment can go towards those types of businesses, which obviously if they're small scale often means they struggle to access finance or capital to do things that they want to do.
Yeah, if I can introduce myself quickly, I'm Philipp Staudacher from Innovate for Nature, and we identify nature-positive business models and link them up with large-scale corporates to transform their operations and their value chains. And it's exactly what you mentioned. These are the place-based operations. They know where they are and what impact they have. And if you look at large international corporations, the decision makers are disconnected from these locations. They don't know where they are active or to what extent they are active, and what the direct impact for the local communities is. And so that's what you have to redo again, and that's what we see with the TNFD and so on, where they now figure out the impacts and dependencies and so on. And once a large corporate has identified and figured out where they are active and where they could change something, that's where you can also get in. And it is then often also partnering again with the local communities or strengthening those. That also means that you actually give more value to the local communities, which is not in the interest of the large corporate. So that's one of the barriers that we see.
That's great, thank you. Yeah, I probably agree with that. Anyone else want to make any comments, or is it worth... Oh, go ahead.
Thanks. This is more of a question. Firstly, I like what you're doing here. In part, I think, because I'm not very imaginative as a person. I struggle, and I work in investment, and I struggle to imagine how you could get large-scale, profitable businesses that would be securitizable, listed, and the type that you could actually have a whole portfolio filled with that would be sort of nature positive. I really struggle with that conceptually, so I'm glad you're having a go at sort of making it quite practical. I think the thing I'm most interested in is you mentioned something about incentives, about how kind of our economic system doesn't incentivize businesses like this. I'm just wondering if as part of these reports, if you've done any work on looking at both kind of the negative incentives, I guess you could say, so how our policy or regulatory infrastructure might encourage companies to kind of not be nature positive, maybe deforestation, those sorts of things, and versus what the positive incentives and regulatory kind of framework would need to look like in order to actually incentivize those businesses to scale. Or I might be jumping a bit far ahead here.
Yeah, we haven't done that yet, but it's kind of in the plan, and there's a lot of discussion here already that I've heard around kind of target 18 and environmentally harmful subsidies. So I think we can draw on work that others have been doing to do some of that analysis as to how the kind of the policy and incentive structure makes it harder. As I say, I think our kind of intuition at the moment is that there are lots of barriers to having more of these business models once we've identified the kind of rough outline of what they should look like, and that would be a big one. So yeah, watch this space, because that's a big focus for the next few months.
Sorry, I just wanted to come in on that and say that we mentioned that this is part of an EU Horizon project. So this was the kind of ideas that we're talking about here were recognised by the European Commission as something that they wanted work to be done on to try and better understand how they can create a regulatory environment to be able to support these kind of business models. So I think just worth mentioning that I guess it's something that a lot of people are struggling with, but at that kind of quite high policy making level, it has been recognised as something that work needs to be done on, and some clarity formed around how we can take this forward.
I wanted to touch quickly upon a point. Yes?
Yes.
Oh, good. About the profitability. I mean, that's a crucial point, I guess. And is it possible that maybe we need to also reconsider what profitability and the extent of profitability in order to also tailor the targets to something that, I mean, basically having nature positive expectations from our investments, because maybe that's a first step also to deal with stakeholders and shareholders and develop strategy accordingly. Is it possible?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And in the report, we talk about different conceptions of value. So using the Capital's approach of five different types of value, or 5 different types of capital, and thinking about how social and environmental value can be incorporated within a business model. So obviously business models at the moment are looking at economic value as the primary driver of what they're trying to do as a business. I don't think we have a kind of answer to that, but we're not the only people thinking along those lines of, is there a way of embedding that kind of thinking sort of structurally within a business model so that, and I think there are, you know, businesses that are sort of trying to lead the way on some of this are thinking about, you know, changing their purpose as a business, having kind of social or environmental purposes within the business, but I don't think that's fully integrated into value in the same way that economic value is thought about. So they might have a kind of overarching aim, which would be to be a profitable business, and then to try and do that at the same time as generating positive environmental or social outcomes. So I'm not sure that there's a way yet of aligning those kind of so that one doesn't take precedence over the other. But Sarah may have more to say about this as well when she gets on to talking about her finance paper as well. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'd like to come back on the fact that it's a EU Horizon project and the regulatory environment. Is it aligned with the existing regulations? So then I'm thinking about the EU taxonomy, for example, because that's something in a couple of years will make sure that companies will become more and more sustainable because they will have to, and it's the percentage or numbers or whatever it will be. They want to be the best in the class. So I'm just thinking it's so easy to change a business model. So are you sure that that's what you're presenting here? If the businesses follow this and change their business model, won't they have to do it again in a couple of years?
Possibly. Are you saying they'll have to change because the taxonomy would sort of direct them in a different way?
Yeah, it's two questions actually. The first question is it aligned with the existing regulation, for example, EU taxonomy? And the second question is it worth? Isn't it too early a little bit? Because I have the impression that we're all still finding our way. You can start with actions, but changing your business model, that's quite some work.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of alignment, where, as I say, we haven't kind of kicked off the kind of detailed policy analysis or looking at the barriers. So we have been talking a little bit about the EU taxonomy, but I don't think it's kind of something that's at the core of this paper. In terms of whether it's too early, I think that's why we talk about a kind of spectrum of action. So we're not discounting other actions that businesses could take, and we think that as lots of other organizations are talking about changes that businesses can make that aren't full-scale change of a business model, but we're thinking that in the long term or the medium term, there will need to be some new business models, whether that's new businesses arriving that have a completely different relationship to nature, or existing businesses realizing that their current business models are unsustainable. I think you're right, it'll take a few years potentially for that to filter through, and it's not going to happen on a voluntary basis of businesses necessarily changing because they want to. But if we're right about the kind of economic opportunities of this, that, you know, a business model that is aligned with nature positive means that they can take advantage of those opportunities, those commercial opportunities, then we're hoping we can push some businesses towards at least thinking about this now. I'm not sure how many we're expecting to change overnight, but hopefully we can sort of point in a direction. Nina, do you want to come back on that?
Sorry, I promised I'd stand in the corner and say nothing, and I'm failing on that immediately. So just a very kind of quick follow-up, I think, on both those points, because I think if you think innovation at its core, it's fundamentally changing your business model bit by bit. And so the point of this is almost to try to see who's done it out there and what success might look like. So when mainstream starts moving, they have examples of where they can move to. Because if we don't have that, then what we do have is loads of examples of people trying same thing over and over again in different pockets, and we're not learning from each other. And I think the second point on the European point, there's also a huge competitiveness agenda right now happening within the European regulation, right? And positioning sustainability as a major competitive point, a major competitive advantage. This is also part of the kind of this thinking, is thinking of it not as something that is regulatory driven or something that is driven by disclosure, but thinking of it as something that previews what we're currently seeing in terms of both pressures and opportunities, and adapt your business so that you can take advantage of that starting today, as opposed to kind of be looking around when everybody else has done it.
Yeah, that's great. There was a question over there, I think. And then this will be the last question, and I'll hand over to Sarah to do the next step.
So my question feels quite naive after the last two comments, but I'm Janine Cavender-Bears. I'm a scientist, professor at Harvard. I'm an ecologist. I'm thinking about whether... So my first question before those last two was, what role does policy play in this? In a very competitive environment, if you don't have policy steering what's allowable, it could be really hard to pull people back from this doing things that reinforce profit over everything else. So that's part of the question. And then now with what's already going on in Europe, you've got this framework unfolding, so you'll have some regulation. But then what do companies based in Europe or the UK do when you've still got the US not participating or China not participating? They're still in this competitive international environment. And how do you navigate all that, given that it's a global economy?
Good question. I mean, I suppose on the policy front, I guess I feel like the discussions we're all having in this week and next here, there is a kind of a policy agenda for nature positive, which is fairly well understood. People like Business for Nature that we work with a lot are thinking about what the policy landscape needs to look like to achieve the global biodiversity framework. So it feels like if all those things fall into place, which is a big if, then that would kind of bring this work into its own. As Nina was just saying, that we'd have the examples, we'd have a kind of a better understanding of where the end goal is for businesses, or at least for some businesses. So, there's not necessarily there will be sort of some specific policy requirements to facilitate business model change, but also if the general policy landscape is more kind of conducive to better outcomes for nature, then hopefully that means that it'll be more conducive to better business models for nature too. In terms of global competitiveness, I feel like Nina might have an answer to that, which I don't, so I will pass back to my colleague.
Sorry, I need to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Nina Siga. I run the Center for Sustainable Finance at CISL. It's an interesting question because we have a particular regulatory landscape happening in the EU. We have a slightly different way to incentivize in the US, right? Because the Inflation Reduction Act does not incentivize via regulation, and incentivizes via incentive systems. So there's a carrot here, and then there are slightly less carrots on the European side. So Europe is not competing currently very well on the carrots. America has taken a very different approach. Asia has an entirely different approach, and Asia actually is seeing a lot of nature work happening because they are on the impacts of it. So I think there is an entirely new kind of global competitiveness element, and I'd love to have a chat because you know more about what is happening within the US that I would ever try even to understand. But what I'd be really interested in is to see how nature translates into the American conversation. Climate has the woke agenda, and it's creating issues that way. The conversations we've had with American organizations feel like you can talk through nature about some of the same issues without a lot of the pushback. But I'd love to have a separate coffee and kind of get your perspective on what you're seeing on the ground, because I think that's a really interesting perspective, because I wonder whether some of it is the way we talk about these things and the way we address these things and the storytells that we talk. But let me pass it on actually to Sarah, who's going to talk about the financing piece, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. It's very weird having these headphones as a speaker and then having the microphone. But thanks everyone for bearing with us as we've kind of gotten our setup going. So I will present just for 5 minutes here, and then really keen to hear from folks. So just jumping through here. I feel like the graph on the left is probably something everyone in this room has seen, seeing some nodding heads, the planetary boundaries. The point of this slide is nature is not in a good state, and what does that mean economically? Well, it means a huge amount of risk. There's also some elements of opportunity. And I think a really great statistic around this is a report that CDP actually had put out in 2020, and it was around the impacts on water security in the United States. And they costed that the economic risk of water is $301 billion, whereas the cost to kind of rectify that risk, to change that outcome, is only $55 billion. So 1/6 the cost of the risk is actually setting up the systems to be able to deal with that risk. So an interesting piece when we think about there's financing from the risk side, but there's a huge amount from opportunity in I suppose, reducing the chance of incurring costs that are quite bigger down the road. So what does this mean? Nature's not in a good state. It's impacting us economically. It's impacting the finance sector. We had the signing of the GBF at the last COP in Montreal. And two of the targets that are really pertinent to the finance sector are target 18 and 19, which are collectively trying to reduce the $700 billion per year financing gap, which I've actually seen Bloomberg has just put out, and it's just over $900 billion if we account for inflation. So the financing gap is more than what you have on the slide as per information released to date. But the way in which the GBF is set up to kind of cover that gap is through target 18 and 19. So 18 being more on harmful subsidies. So how do we have the true cost of certain industries be present and not having governments kind of decrease what the true cost is? But simultaneously, how do we, through Target 19, get more financing? How do we mobilize more capital to go towards nature? So within the CSF, the Center for Sustainable Finance, we wanted to better understand, okay, how is private commercial capital showing up? Because if I go back to that first slide, there's huge economic risk. There's also opportunity. So how is finance showing up? How is private commercial capital showing up? So if we think about it from the Target 18 perspective, there was the report that came out from UNEP on the state of nature finance, where it showed that 140 times amount of financing is going towards nature negative flows as opposed to investments in conservation or nature-based solutions. So it's challenging. We know when we talk about we need to do less harm to nature, there's a huge amount of financing that is causing harm to nature to date. Simultaneously, WEF estimates 10.1 trillion of economic opportunities for financing that's aligned with the GBF. So there is opportunity associated with mobilizing finance. But when we, went and had conversations with the different banks, asset owners, asset managers, and insurance companies we worked with, we said, okay, it seems like there's a good rationale for action. Why are we not seeing action? And so we carried out around 20 hours of interviews with about 25 different financial institutions. So I think important to note that's the sample size of who we're working with when I talk about these outcomes. But the biggest thing that we heard is, why are we not seeing more nature finance? And what we heard is that, well, nature finance feels like conservation financing, and I will not get the returns that I need from conservation financing. Like, that was the thing that came up in almost every conversation when we started to understand why is this not happening. But in addition to that are some of the barriers that you're seeing on the right-hand side, which I don't think are probably new to anyone in this room. Limited capacity and knowledge. Nature is incredibly complex. Drawn out timelines and high perceived risk. If there's a kind of quite a value chain of actors associated with a certain project, what does that mean for the risk of what might happen? Confusion on measuring impact. Sorry, the slide got a bit wonky there. Nascent regulatory and political landscape. So NBSAPs being submitted today, but I think it's, we've only got just over 100 NBSAPs that have been submitted. And I don't think there's repercussions for countries that if they don't submit NBSAPs, but if I'm incorrect on that, please do let me know. So how do we know that we have the political and regulatory environment that is going to nurture investment for the longer term so we can really see those nature dividends of what the investments are trying to achieve? Ambiguity of ownership. I think this is huge. Nature knows no borders. So if there's an investment that happens in a particular area that's trying to perhaps safeguard water flow, the actions upstream are going to influence the success of that. So how do we know that investment in one particular area will yield what we intend for it to when the actions of others around that could influence it? And then supply of products kind of being, I think, the culmination of all of this is that we're not seeing a huge amount of products. So how do we start to scale if we don't see enough happening there? So what we did is we've just put out a piece as well, and this is part of the A-Track work stream. And what we really have tried to show through the graphic that you're seeing on the slide here is if we look at that y-axis of nature impact, we know that the impact on nature from finance activity or from business activity is negative, and that if we don't change it, if it's finance or business as usual, that will continue to go on a downward incline. However, if we can change it and have it going more on that upward, which is kind of the goal of the Nature Positive Initiative, is to halt and restore nature by 2030 and be on that upward trend for 2050. what needs to happen to achieve that. And what we are trying to say in this report is that, yes, we need conservation. I don't want anyone to walk away today saying, CISL is saying we don't need conservation. We 100% need conservation. But where we need more attention is on the recovery of nature. So how do we reduce pressures on nature, and financing being something that can help catalyze the reduction of pressures on nature. And so the graph that you see on the right is kind of the combination of both activities, which is somewhat kind of aligned with the mitigation hierarchy, that we need to first avoid damage to nature. So can financing be something that helps companies, that helps organizations avoid nature damage in the first instance, and then from there minimizing, from there restoring. And I think the time horizon is important to note for restoration, that the goal is, yes, to get to the point of no net loss, but restoration efforts perhaps could eventually pass no net loss and be things that are contributing to more of a positive gain overall. So this is really the kind of the crux of the report, is that nature finance is not conservation finance. Nature finance can also be finance that goes into nature recovery. So that's kind of this report is the scene setting for 3 years of work that we have coming ahead. And that's where I'm really keen to get insights from you. So where are we going? Is more, what are the solutions that exist to date, but it's also what are the data and metrics used to understand these two different kind of sides of the coin when it comes to nature finance. So that's just a bit of an overview of where we're going, but going to the next slide. Coming into questions. So a few questions here, and if there's other points that you want to share based off the content that I've just presented, very open for that as well. But just to ground everyone in questions, what are the current best practices and examples of successful conservation and recovery finance initiatives today? So anything that anyone is aware of. 2 is, how is impact on nature best quantified today relative to conservation and recovery efforts? And I see Malcolm here from the Biodiversity Consultancy, who've just done a huge exercise on nature metrics, so very keen to get your insights here. And then just thinking about, that this report is for financial institutions, but there's a different role for different financial institutions to play, from insurance, asset owners, banks. So any perspectives on what the role relative to the financial institution is, would love to get your input. So we'll kind of do a bit of raise your hand, and maybe we can have just a bit of an ongoing dialogue building off other people's points. So Nina's got a mic in the back. I've got the mic here. I see a hand up over here. Thank you.
Hey. I want to share something I learned about yesterday, which is from the what is it, the ADB? Inter-American Development Bank. They have this innovation lab where they fund essentially the technical assistance to scale up startups with a nature positive business model, so that they become fundable from the Inter-American Development Bank.
Very cool. So we can use that as a bit of like a sandbox to test and to figure out financing. Is that kind of, yeah? I'm also like, I have thick skin. You can tell me, like, Sarah, you are out to lunch. This is not how we think this should work.
She works for me. She definitely does have thick skin.
Yeah, Johannes again. Some examples are, for example, in the insurance sector, where insurers can work with nature-based solutions to reduce risks of flood events. And there are examples in the Napa Valley, but also in Germany, where insurers collaborated with local communities or the planning agency to ensure with nature, like restoration activities around river systems to reduce the flood risk, and thereby actually having the possibility to provide an insurance for the people in that area. Before that, the insurer would say, we are not even offering any insurance. But now with that nature-based solutions in place, it doesn't mean that there will not be any flood events, but in the combination with certain activities, it still gave them the opportunity to say, well, we can actually come in with some insurance combined with this nature-based solution. Yeah.
And if you can direct us to those examples, because we have a different horizon project called Naturance that does innovation labs for insurance companies on how they can actually help investment in nature.
Okay, I'm put on the spot. So I'm loving the discussion. I'm sort of thinking some of it through. I think going to the first one about best practices and examples. I mean, some of the most innovative and interesting ones I've come across recently are things around parametric insurance, where that's linked to also support for transforming to a regenerative agriculture model, for example, in agriculture. So you're linking both a loan to enable the transformation, to enable buying the different materials, to get the technical expertise, to change how you're doing agriculture, with then an insurance product, which, so the going more regenerative reduces your exposure to climate risks, increases biodiversity outcomes, and so it's good for the insurance company, but also good for the business. So that's a really sort of interesting one, and I'm be really interested to see how that type of model could scale across other areas. Because coming back to the first one, a lot of the barriers, people sort of know roughly what they want to do, but it's how do you get it to scale? How do you get that seed capital that gets you over the activation? Sorry, dropping my phone. How do that get you across the that sort of activation energy area? In terms of like impact on nature recovery, I mean, I like the framework, and it's really great to see that just doing things less bad is part of the solution. You've got to do that first as well as the positive. It's not either or. It's got to be both. In terms of the metrics, I mean, you'll have heard probably in the sessions here the last couple of days, Nature Positive Initiative have done a process of trying to get consensus on state of nature metrics. Trying to slim down the massive numbers of things which are out there, which are being used, more than 600, into a small set of composite of metrics which measure enough of biodiversity to be credible, but are simple enough to be usable. So that's something that I think a lot of organizations, particularly more in the real economy, so ones who are connected to the actual impact at a particular site, can start using, and financial institutions could use their leverage and engagement in their value chains to encourage that. But financial institutions are often a few steps removed from that place. So a lot of the ways of quantifying can be about reducing pressures, for example, which is it's the recovery piece, using your language, which is often more feasible to do, and you can start measuring often straight away.
Yeah, and I think when we were kind of looking into these two pieces, there's a really interesting journal article, and it was doing an assessment of a particular investor and saying, what were some of the attributes relative to conservation and recovery. And I think the idea of what the article was suggesting is that nature recovery is actually where you're more likely to find returns. So I think when we talk about the financial institutions engaging in the wider nature positive kind of goal of what we're working towards, is the brunt of the damage is through the harm that's happening to nature today, but also the opportunity for kind of investment opportunities is more possible there than it is in the conservation side. But I'm wondering, is that a hot take? Does anyone have any competing perspectives against that?
Thank you so much for this talk. Really interesting. My name is Victoria Rachmaninoff. I work for Initiative 20 by 20, which is the regional restoration initiative for Latin America. I'm really interested in this because we have been hearing from some of our impact investors just the challenges in finding these big ticket restoration projects, where maybe a few years ago it was easier to find these large scale restoration projects. And so in many cases, the impact investors maybe have the funds to invest in the restoration projects, but don't have the projects there that they can invest in, actually receive these returns. So we've been working a lot on public sector financing, and I'm just curious too to hear about kind of where the public sector, where government incentives can come in to kind of help to shift some of this dynamic where maybe right now some of the bigger restoration projects aren't available, but if we can amass kind of smaller restoration projects, how can that also change the dynamic? But yeah, thanks for sharing this work.
Well, the great news is that tomorrow at 4 p.m. in the Finance and Biodiversity Pavilion, we will be doing more technical on this with more perspectives on how how do we make sure that investment from private commercial capital is aligned with NBSAPs? Because it's a key point if we think about governments that are kind of setting up the scaffolding for the direction of travel for that country. How do you make sure that that's aligned with private capital and leverage those pieces moving forward? And I think it opens a lot more to blended financing opportunities as well. But you definitely kind of hit the money. There's a term called the missing middle. It's just kind of this funding of around $100 million US. That's kind of the size that you need for institutional investment to get involved, but we're not seeing enough happening there. But I suppose some of what we're thinking is, are the financing mechanisms actually there and we need more ambition? Like, can we use sustainability-linked bonds and loans and just have more ambitious KPIs that are tied to things like the mitigation hierarchy, and use that as a mechanism to start pooling in a lot more capital in the space? But I suppose it's then about how do you quantify and what, from kind of global systems, what constitutes as nature finance? Like, are we including nature recovery in the assessments that are happening in conventions like what the CBD is doing? And I think it's homework for me to do. Any other thoughts, questions?
Hi, my name is Alex Pertus. I work for a global fashion retailer. It's very interesting, this part on financial flows and innovative business models. But I think really this is really a matter of incentives, and I really think that the financial sector is geared towards very specific incentives. I'm a bit worn out by always trying to find the business case, because it feels a bit like, people want to, like get fit without doing the effort, and there's not really incentives there. It's the same with business models. You can find, very innovative business models, but they're very odd examples. It's the same that you can find a dog doing skateboarding. They are examples, but is it really representative or anything? So then in that sense, I'm trying to create the right incentives and all that. I was wondering if you're aware of how is the evolution of integrating externalities into national accounts, for example. Because there is not going to be any value of nature if there's no value of nature at any level. A corporate is going to just be incentivized to a very small level if it's pushed by their consumers, beat some regulators, but unless, the value of nature is really integrated in our whole economies, all this is, it's going to be so marginal, it's not really going to make the changes. So then, are you aware of how this is being, the same that there's environmental profit and loss accounts for corporates, some odd examples as well? Is it?
Yeah, it's a great question. I wouldn't say that that's one that we're looking in depth specifically in this work package. And I'm not sure if you were here before. We're part of a wider project called A-Track, and I'll just go back because there's one group that's looking a lot into natural capital accounting methodologies and how is there alignment for that at a corporate level and at a national level, so we understand the ways in which nature is being used at perhaps a corporate level, but how that fits into what's happening at a national level, and we can understand how much of certain natural resources are used. So that's part of a work package that's being led by WBCSD, as well as the top 3 work packages are quite technical from that perspective. So thank you for bringing that perspective up. I don't think I have a very good answer to share with you from specifically what I've been doing on the finance work stream, but it's a point to say that we recognize that, and I think the integration of value, the things that have been externalities to our economy, is we're trying to figure out what does it look like to bring the value of that into the system, because it has been a free ride for quite some time. But I'm not sure, Nina, if you had any perspective. If not, that's okay too.
I mean, I think we're currently valuing it at 0. That's fundamentally, that's what's happening, and that's where we are. But I think there are amazing people doing a lot more work on that. Laura had a question.
Thanks. This is more of a comment suggestion. Your point about sustainability-linked bonds and kind of thinking at that asset class level, I would really lean into that, because my experience, I've worked in finance for about 15 years, is that investors think in asset classes and people who come to them don't. And it's a real problem. And I go to loads of events on how do we mobilize climate finance, how do we mobilize nature finance. And the reality is you don't talk to investors about finance, you talk to them about a particular asset class. And they think very much in the sense of, so if I were to talk to our investment team and go, hey, we're thinking about this opportunity, they'd go, what's the asset class, what's the location, and they automatically have a return profile in mind, they have a risk profile in mind, and you have to fit what you're doing into that. And so I do wonder with this work, as you're extending it, just if you could start to kind of overlay, what does getting real impact look like within asset classes? And the other thing I'd say is, like, I think cost of capital and liquidity are really important as part of that, sustainability linked bonds being a really important one, getting good KPIs around that, really important. But the other part is engagement, and we don't talk about engagement enough when we're talking about how to get finance in. But I'll provide an example here because I think this is a good one. I work for an organisation. We manage £3.3 billion in assets under management. I, with a group of other investors, engaged with a large listed company, and we managed to convince them collectively to invest £60 billion in new capex into their climate transition, to their decarbonisation. That's much bigger than we could have done on our own. And so don't forget that investors can also try and get the companies that they're already invested in to actually cough up a lot of new primary finance that otherwise wouldn't have existed. It's not just all about us putting in finance into new things.
That's a really great example, and I will do a bit of a shameless promo of a piece of work that we did in CSF last year on, it's called Let's Discuss Nature with Climate Engagement Guide, and it's how relationship managers or portfolio managers from banks or asset managers can start to be the catalyst of conversations to even say, you know, have you heard about the GBF, or have you thought about your nature risks, or things like that, to start getting the conversation going. But I think you bring up a really good point in the power of these kind of coalition movements of bringing different pension funds or groups together that have the same vested interest, and it's kind of the power of the voices coming together that can really start to influence change. So thank you for sharing that snippet with us. I think I saw a hand over here. We probably have maybe one or two more hands, and then I think we will have to wrap up.
Yeah. Johannes Förster again. To this example of valuing the externalities, there is also the Value Balancing Alliance, which is exactly addressing this at corporate level. Those are like around 30 large corporates coming together to establish methodologies, common guidelines on putting a monetary value on the negative and positive externalities, and to have this then next to the financial statement and impact statement and highlighting this. So I can give you more information on this. I'm also partly involved there on this topic of land use and nature. Yeah.
Amazing. And I think just quickly building on the point of financial mechanisms, one of the colleagues that helped work on this has worked in the finance sector for quite some time, and he kind of kept coming back to, we don't need more innovative financial mechanisms, we need more ambition. And we need to use what's in the market today, because in one of the interviews that we had with an investor, they said, you know, take for example crypto, how long that's taken for kind of mainstream finance to get on board. It's like, if we don't have enough time with nature to wait for these innovative things to become part of the way that institutional investors are operating. So thinking about leveraging the existing mechanisms today and just being more ambitious with them is a faster path to the nature impact we're looking for than waiting for the innovative mechanisms to start to become familiar enough for wide-scale adoption. Anyhow, I think if there's no more questions, we can probably wrap up there. I just want to say, firstly, a huge thank you to everyone for coming. We really appreciated all the insights that you shared. I'll just quickly jump to the end. So we've got some QR codes there. So the top right-hand corner, I believe, is to view the reports. So if you're keen to read more, please do check them out and do get in touch if you have feedback. We would love to hear from you. And if you're keen to hear more about the A-Track project and some of what's happening in life cycle assessment, biodiversity information pathways, and on natural capital accounting, we've got some colleagues that are doing brilliant work there, and very happy to connect to you if you're interested. Our emails are here, and I think we'll be in the room for another couple minutes. So please do come and say hi and ask any questions that you have. And just want to wish everyone a fantastic COP16. It's great to have so many brilliant minds here. So thank you so much, and wishing you all the best. Thanks.
Hello everyone, can everyone hear me? Perfect. We're gonna start in a moment. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good lunchtime to everyone, and welcome to this event, Transitioning Towards Living in Harmony, something that we think is very important, and I've certainly heard lots of discussions about the importance of transition in the hallways and in other sessions. My name is David Fletcher. I'm part of the delegation with the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual University, and very happy to be here this afternoon to act as moderator for this session. The name of the session is Transitioning Towards Living in Harmony, and it's very much about navigating from chaos and cultivating peace, or maybe we should say navigating chaos with cultivating peace at the same time. It's about pathways to living in harmony with nature, and I'm very happy I have three experienced and inspirational colleagues who are here on the panel today. Others were going to join us, but they weren't able to make it. But we're very pleased to have Valerian Bernard, who's based in Geneva and does a lot of work with interfaith organizations and around human rights. Juan Vaquez, who's based in Montreal, Canada, and does a lot of work around eco-shanty, bringing peace to nature, and is a naturopath and homeopath and does a lot of work around environmental issues. And a little bit later, Maureen Goodman will be joining us, who's the International Program Director for the Brahma Kumaris World Spiritual University. She's based in the UK and travels a lot all over the world. And welcome to all of you who are here this afternoon. We're going to hear from our colleagues on this important topic. But mainly we wanted to begin and have a little bit of an opportunity later on for some interaction with those of you who are here. It's a small enough group. We should have some intimate conversation around the contrast between chaos and peace in nature and in our human lives, and how these elements influence our journey towards living in harmony with nature and what we can do about it. So I'd like to turn first to Valerian. And Valerian, if you can say a little bit about your experiences, your understanding of chaos, the different types of chaos, where they come from, and how peace can be an antidote to that chaos.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Great. Yes, I've had quite a bit of experience with chaos. I first wanted to talk to you about natural chaos. Give you the example of a tree producing a wonderful, beautiful flower, and this flower turning into a fruit. And this fruit is small and green to start with, but it's accumulating sun power and power from the earth, and it's maturing and it's getting more and more beautiful, and suddenly this pear in that pear tree has become just the right color, shape and smell, and it's eatable. And that's when usually we think it's a perfect pear tree doing perfect pears. But if you think about it, this pear in the pear tree, if nobody comes and collects it, it's just going to start rotting. And if you think about it, when it starts, it's simple. It's just a flower, a tiny little flower with so few molecules making it happen. But the more it's rotting at the end of its life, the more it will collect so much variety of energy and animal presence and transform into different smells and transform into the future Earth. So by giving this example, I also wanted you to see how everything starts with a seed and then grows into a wonderful tree or plant or life form. But then at some point this is sustained and becomes a full plant or life form. But then it suddenly arrives at a point of decay. And that's when the decay is actually creative, because thanks to decay, there will be a better earth and there will be something else appearing. And very often we don't like the death part as human beings. We don't like the decaying part. So we think it's bad, it's smelly, it's not pleasant. But I think that it's important to start changing our point of view on it, and it starts admitting the value that it has, because in that time, that's the moment where the next seed can be planted for the next project or for the next tree. I actually lived in Chile. Chile is a country where you have lots of earthquakes. And I was one day giving a class in a university, and there suddenly was an earthquake. And I was giving this class, I don't really remember the topic, but there was like 20 students around me, all sitting in their own places. And when the earthquake started, because I was very peaceful and joyful, they all came to touch me. And I became like an island full of people. And my inner feeling was like the earth was like a big dog going blah, 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 getting rid of all the extra water and energy that it needed to get rid of. And that was what was actually happening when the earthquake was happening. So the feeling I had inside of me was immense joy, as if Earth was communicating the freedom. It was freeing itself from useless vibrations and energies and whatever energy that it had accumulated needed to be released. And this for me is very connected to the topic we have today, because if you are centered and you're in a space where you're not afraid, not because you are stronger than others, but because you capture another reality about what's happening in terms of destruction and destructivity around you, then you become a resource for everyone else. And you don't mean to, you don't say, I'm the resource, please come to me. No, it's just a natural thing that makes people being drawn by you. Now I want to give you a third example. Maybe I'll stop with my examples, but I love stories. I think they are wonderful to capture ideas. We come from an organization that's based in India. And as you remember probably, there was about 10 years ago so many farmers committing suicide. I don't know if you remember why, but one of the reasons why people were committing suicide there was that Monsanto had been selling the only seeds that were able to purchase in India were these seeds. And the poor farmers could get the seeds, but they couldn't get all the other things that were necessary around the seeds. So the chemicals, fertilizers, but also they used to do natural farming, keeping some seeds every year for the next year. And these seeds weren't working. And so many of the farmers entered into debt. And instead of giving their lands over, they were committing suicide so that their children would still have a right over the land. And that's when Brahma Kumari has been working with people, farmers, who were into addictions. And you can imagine that when you're going through stuff like that, addiction is one of the way out to feel differently about it. And some of the farmers were so stunned at what they had managed to cultivate in themselves. Peace and self-respect and the social tissue around the way they were doing their new farming, which is very interesting because the kind of yogic farming they invented themselves was that by meditating they got power, they got strength. So they started meditating on the seeds, meditating on the earth, meditating all along the process of the harvest. And they got amazingly nutritious seeds, a lot better than the normal ones, because some universities had the interest to study that. So my story is in the middle of chaos, because their lands were barren, their family were poor, no food, no hope, they started creating something completely new, which was their creativity of doing this yogic farming, putting their spiritual energy into their land. And I visited these farmers. The joy that they had was just amazing. So for me, I think this is something that I could speak about more after, because I would like to leave some time for my friends here. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope you liked the stories.
Thank you very much, Valerian, and some interesting stories of natural disasters and human-made disasters or chaos, and how people reacted or responded to them in a peaceful and powerful way. So thank you for that sharing. Juan, maybe you can share a little bit. I know you have a historical perspective on some elements of chaos that have been experienced in the world, and are also familiar with other work in India around regenerative agriculture. And maybe you can share how they dealt with chaos and crisis in a peaceful way, in a transformative way.
Hello everyone and greetings. I wanted to share a personal story before I get into this, and I think it's very connected to Colombia, is very connected to what I came here personally, which is also to learn from indigenous people who they are and what is their role on earth. And I recently met one indigenous leader, and he told me how he was connected to the land and how the land speaks to them in order to create harmony and to create prosperity among their people. And in a similar way, one day I decided, I practiced meditation for many years, and one of the reasons why I started practicing that is because my life was in chaos. And sometimes we don't need to live in a place that is chaotic. We can just be chaotic and search for that need of peace. And I remember wanting to meditate under the tree, and I went to this park, which was the way saved me through the pandemic. It's a beautiful park in Montreal where I live, and I decided to meditate. And under that meditation, there's like a little thought that came to me, and it's like, open the book that I was reading. I was reading a book about Earth, and it was telling us, and I opened the page, and the first thing that I saw was Orenda. And Orenda is the energy that the Iroquois people are the people native of Montreal, and that energy is similar to what other nations call mana, prana, that fifth element that some cultures call it too. And it was through that experience of meditation and connecting with the tree, connecting to the land, that I came across the history of the Iroquois people who, like I say, similar maybe like Colombia, they even speak the same languages. They were at war with each other. And what they decided was to create the Great Law of Peace. And the Great Law of Peace united, and I will mention the nations because I don't know them all by heart, but it was the Mohawk, the Oneida, the Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca, and Tuscura nations. And they created the Great Law of Peace, which gave them the philosophy and the governance to lead in a way where they can find peace within each other and peace across the nations. And it is based on that Great Law of Peace, which they have different things like governance, the role of women being in leading positions. They have decision-making principles, they have value-based approach, and all those principles help the Canadian and the United States Constitution to be alive and to come true. So it was thanks to these nations, these indigenous people who actually had a symbol of a tree, the tree of peace. And I like to share this story because it's similar to what's happening on the planet right now, that peace is fundamental to find harmony, to have this transition in harmony with Earth. But in a more modern way, we have also, like Valeria was sharing, that in India there has been a lot of problems with the land degradation, desertification, and all the problem with women and gender. So one of our members of the Brahma Kumaris is a youth. She's a youth representative, and she works with the gender agroecology. And one of her projects that is actually here showcase how the role of women is very important in restoring Earth, and how using these practices can allow to give some social employment to the people there, to give them hope, to have a very relationship with the land. So they have done a lot of restoration in different areas of India, and that's one of the things that that we try to honor when it comes to creating peace with nature, is to work on the land and to work on sustainable practices, on gender agroecology, to put leader in position, which, by the way, Brahma Kumaris is the largest women organization in the world. So I have a spiritual, and I have personally learned so much about women, and without them, I probably wouldn't even know how to speak about peace. So in a way, knowing all these women in leadership positions have helped me to honor my peace and to share this peace with others at work, what I do, and in all the aspects of my life. So thanks to these experiences, I think we can all come together and create peace. So we know that peace is possible from little projects, from personal to a larger scale. Transitioning to a peaceful society can be possible.
Thank you, Juan, for that. And two lovely, quite different examples. One, a historical perspective around conflict between nations and how they intentionally resolve that conflict by collaborating and developing a form of governance and a way of working together that was based on peace. And then lovely sharing from India of some of the work being done there, led by women and young women who are nurturing not only their families, but nurturing their communities in a peaceful way. So lovely examples from both of you about the chaos, the disruption, the crisis we're experiencing in the world, but also maybe a pathway to dealing with that's a little bit unique, a little bit different than what others may have considered, which is finding peace, cultivating peace within ourselves, and then spreading that out to the rest of the world. So what we'd like to do now, and I'm not sure how it works in this room in silence with the microphones, but to ask the people who are here, some of whom we know and some who are visitors, what do you think about when you think about the chaos in the natural world? What are the things that come to mind for you? What have you experienced? And maybe how do these moments of disruption impact your connection to nature? How do they make you feel about nature? And then how have you or how could you use these opportunities to cultivate peace, to make a transition to a different kind of relationship? And I see you have a microphone, and maybe we'll just give people a minute for silent reflection, and then we'll pass around the microphone and hear from everyone your thoughts of what's the chaos you've experienced, and if you were able to use peace to make a transition out of that chaos. So let's begin with a moment of silence. A good opportunity to find silence within when there isn't necessarily silence in our environment around us. But maybe we can begin with sharing from the gentleman with the microphone your experiences and how the transition works or can work for you.
Hi everybody. I work in a large corporation. I think chaos is part of my daily life at many levels. It's difficult to be a change agent in a corporate environment. I think the way I approach this is to reconcile with chaos. I think chaos shouldn't be just try to be eliminated or just is there. You know? It's part of life. I think oftentimes we try to find these states of continuous bliss, and I think this is an artificiality. I think we had to reconcile with those feelings of chaos because they are constant. They're just happening all the time. I think in terms of nature, I think I think precisely the fear to that chaos is what is causing a large destruction of nature. You have people who see a rainforest as a chaotic area, you know, with all those vines and trees and grubs and animals and insects, you know, and they're encouraged to sometimes through their traditions to often spiritual, for example Christian, to just turn it into an agricultural plot where everything is ordered. There's, you know, production, there's contribution to the community. So I guess my take would be is that we need to feel comfortable with chaos, to find that peace within it, but also feel that it's okay if we feel confused and chaotic, and then reconcile ourselves with that sentence, you know, as our Valeria was explaining. It's important just to be there, to reconcile us with that moment, to appreciate at the end. Sometimes, you know, you don't appreciate that it's a part of a process of change, you know. Sometimes when you take like a snapshot of what is happening, you're missing the big picture and how, you know, there are cycles, you know, and that gets a lot of confusion. And yeah, that would be my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Can you hear? Yes. Thanks. So, Valerian, I thought you were going with your analogy of the pear in terms of what's happening to the world right now, and that the world is in that process of decay. I'm kind of feeling that that might be the case, actually. And I led a beautiful retreat on thinking about our relationships with nature and with other species earlier this year in the Himalayas. And one young yogi, she asked a question of the teachers. She said, you know, if we're in the Kali Yuga, if we're in this age of darkness, and we know where that leads to a full renewal, what's the point? What's the point in our trying and trying and trying? And I have to say that at this moment in time, I personally feel in great chaos. Half of my family, my daughter is half from the Middle East, and we see what's happening there, a complete, almost decay of humanity, a decay of humanity, and a real feeling of Middle Eastern people that they're not quite human. It's very difficult to keep grounded. So thank goodness for my practice, because I mean, even just thinking about, I'm so full of rage actually at the moment. And I know that there's a healthy rage and an unhealthy rage. So I'm trying to, you know, working through that. As you know, I have my practice. I find peace in my practice, but it is difficult right now. And I bring up those issues because I'm really convinced that, you know, the underlying values of how we can allow a genocide of children to go on are the same values that wreck the rest of the planet. So it's a difficult time, and thank you for this session.
Can I answer that a little bit? Because it's true that I didn't want to go into explanation. I feel that stories stand tall very often. But listening to you just now, Liza, I feel that we are at a moment where there is the visible, and you described a visible scene, but there is also the invisible. And I know you work with the invisible too. But our experience is that in the invisible, we are creating also something new. And creating something new that is invisible is something where we have to put all our hearts. And somehow we have to keep separate the feelings of the visible and the feelings of the invisible, because we do not want to contaminate one with the other, but we need to take the lessons from one to bring them into the new attitude towards the life and the world. So I mean, this is a topic where we could speak for hours, but I just thought that you were right. I just gave images and I didn't go too far in them, but definitely we are creators also. And yeah, the horror we are witnessing is something really, really extreme.
Thank you for that, Valerian. And maybe we'll hear some more from Sister Maureen about how to make that transition from the chaos we're experiencing to something more peaceful by the process of visualization. But before I invite Sister Maureen up, maybe we could hear for one more person if you have something to offer about the chaos you've seen or experienced, and how you find the possibility of transitioning in a peaceful way.
Thank you for sharing all your stories. And thank you also to the story that Valériane, you shared about nature. It invited me to reconnect with an experience that I had, which I had forgotten 1 year ago. I was in French Guyana and was invited to do some programs, and I remember nothing really worked the way I thought it would work. And so it was sometimes a bit chaotic, different culture, everything was so different. And at the end of my stay there, I remember I went to the ocean to bathe and to swim. And at the end, I had a very moving experience. And the waves were so strong that I couldn't really make my way back peacefully to the coast. And at some point, there was such a huge wave that I could feel my body was completely getting, not lost, but and that experience stayed with me a lot. It actually transformed me in a very deep level. When I came back to Montreal, I remember when I would sit in silence, that experience would come back with the feeling of a very, very nice lesson, as if I could feel on that day that nature was my teacher. I could feel that the element of water was my teacher, in the sense that the only thing I could do to be not really in control, but to navigate throughout that chaotic moment was just to let go. And during the weeks after, I felt extremely deeply transformed. There was something in myself that was extremely transformed. And I couldn't even speak about it. I didn't speak to anyone about it. That's only today that I'm able to, probably because you were able to speak about your experience. And it's a very strange feeling, but sometimes we can feel that nature itself has a certain way to teach us something. So chaos can come through situation, relationships, wars, but also nature. And what I learned from that is by letting go, there is a deeper feeling of trust that is eventually emerging. And that trust, it's such a beautiful anchor point in ourselves. So, because when there is trust, there is always hope. So sometimes it might be very chaotic and dark, but there is always light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you for that. And maybe very quickly, Debbie, if you have a comment here, and then maybe Sister Marine, if you'd like to come up, and after Debbie's sharing, we can hear from you.
I'll see how this comes out of me. I find this space totally chaotic. Being here at the conference, the amount of noise we humans make is outrageous. And I was thinking, when are the moments I've had anything calm? Yesterday, we found a space over behind Plaza 3 where there are some sofas and grass, and maybe 20 people were having a picnic and laying on the ground, and we were sitting on the sofas. It was the closest thing I got to silence. And when I think about the calming effect of silence on me, the only place I can do that is away from other human beings or with other human beings who understand the value of silence. So hanging around with people who understand that is a great solace for me at this time, because I think in this space and in cities we've created human conditions of chaos that we can do something inside to cope with, but we almost have to run away from it to feel safe or calm. So I don't know what that sounds like from chaos to peace, but it's here.
Thank you for that. the power of silence. We heard about the power of letting go, this idea of reconciling with the chaos, and as you described the difference between the farmland and the chaos of the jungle, the leopard behind you was very happy, and hearing you talk about protecting that space, her homeland. And are we living in a time of decay? It often seems that when we look at the world around us. So, Sister Maureen, maybe we can ask you to say a little bit about the power of visualization. We heard about cycles, where you feel we are in the cycle, and how we can use visualization to make that transition towards peace.
It's on, so yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now? It's okay. Okay. Thank you. It's been very interesting listening to everybody's experiences, and I'm just aware how much we learn from chaos. We actually learn a lot about ourselves, and we learn a lot about the people around us. And fortunately or unfortunately, it's okay? It's suddenly gone too loud. It's too loud for me. I'll turn this down. And so unfortunately or fortunately, more than anything, we learn about our own weaknesses in the midst of chaos. But actually, it is fortunately, because then I understand what it is that I need to change inside myself. And when I think about keeping in a state of peace in the midst of chaos, another concept that comes to mind for me is dignity, human dignity. Because peace is one thing, but human dignity enables me to remain in a state of awareness where I can actively choose my response. Because if I'm not in a state of dignity, then it's very hard to get that kind of inner peace. I get very, very affected, very, very influenced. And that term dignity, it just reminds me of a story of the time of the Bhuj earthquake. I think it was 2006 or it was 1990s, a long time ago. And some of our brothers and sisters in India were distributing food and supplies to people who one day had everything, the next day had nothing. And what one of the people said to them, when you people come to us to give us things, we don't feel we lose our dignity. And that really touched me. And I understood that it was a change of vision. So on the one hand, if I say, oh, I have the vision of these are poor people and they need handouts and I need to give them something, well, of course, the other person doesn't feel in a state of dignity. But if you say, these are my brothers and sisters, this is my family, that's a very different thing. You're my brother, you're my sister, of course. Let me help you, let me give you something. And it's a very natural relationship, a dignified relationship. And this tells me how important vision is. So when we say visualization, it's actually connected with our vision. And we talk about a spiritual trajectory of awareness, attitude, vision, action, and then world. And the seed of our actions are in our awareness, and our attitude and our vision, and the action comes as a result of that. And so where do we find peace? Where do we find dignity? It has to start from within. And from within, I influence the chaos around me. Now, sometimes, there are things that you can't change, obviously. And if we keep trying to change the things that we can't change, then you know how it is. persistence leads to resistance, and the things become even more entrenched. But I can do something about myself, my own inner feelings and my own inner thoughts and this spiritual trajectory. And that's much more likely to impact the external and bring about change. Each of us carries an atmosphere around us according to what's going on inside us. Our vibrations can't be hidden. And when I think about protecting myself from the chaos on the outside, I think about giving such a powerful atmosphere around me through very positive and good thoughts, vision, attitude, that then that becomes a natural protection because I'm carrying a very positive energy around me. And like Valerian said, other people then tend to gravitate towards you because they feel a sense of safety. They feel that, yes, you have something that they feel safe and they want to be close and be near that. So if I think about visualization, and perhaps we can do a brief visualization together, it's really about visualizing my real self and the original goodness that I hold inside, because that's what empowers change. We all have goodness within, but when we get influence, of course, the goodness gets forgotten. And we also, in our teachings, actually talk about different powers that you need. And tolerance is a very important power, and it's not just toleration, but if I'm really tolerating something, or I have the power of tolerance, it means I have the power to continue to give love even when negativity is coming towards me. So the principle of counteracting negativity with even more goodness. And so let us experience that inner goodness, who we really are. Because, you know, when we get influence, we allow other people to define us. But we know who we are within, and then we define what we wish to be. So just in the midst of all this sound, we will internally go into silence and I'm taking a journey inside. Let the noise stay outside, but inside is another world, the world of my thoughts and feelings. And it's a world that I can experiment with, understand, and enjoy. And in this inner exploration, it's very much like diving into the depths of the ocean. There may be many storms on the surface, but when you go into the depth of the ocean, there is silence, there is stillness, and there is beauty. So much beauty that has hardly been discovered. And so it is within myself. When I go to the heart of my being, the being that is a conscious living being, the conscious living being that uses the physical costume of the body. But when I go within, into the heart of the being that I am, I find my original treasure of peace. I am a being of peace. I am a being of love. I am a being of wisdom. These are my original qualities. This is my original state of being. When I strengthen these qualities inside of me, when I nurture my inner treasures, I can then interact with the world in a very different way. Where there is chaos, I can bring peace. Where there is hatred and anger, I can bring love. Where there's selfishness, I can bring wisdom. My inner state of being has great transformative power. So let me use that power to help transform our world and return it to a state of harmony. Thank you. You know, it's like in the world at the moment, and it's been touched upon, there are the descending energies and the ascending energies. And our inner treasures, our spirituality, very much the ascending energy. The greed, the hatred, the conflict, very much the descending energy. But ultimately, the ascending energy is stronger, and there will be that tipping point. So in the midst of chaos, let us keep working with the power of peace. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maureen, for that message of hope and that faith you shared in the hope that we're all looking for the future. Thank you to Juan and Valerian for your stories and your wisdom. And thank you everyone for your sharing in the group today. And as we encounter each other as we walk around the next few days, let's spread that peace and harmony with each other and with all the others we encounter. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. It's working? It's working. Yes. So for those with the microphone on, welcome, or the headphones on. For those still putting their headphones on, a few minutes. Is it working? Is it too loud? No, it's okay. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Those of you who don't have headphones on probably can't hear me, so do put your hands up and maybe there are some additional headphones that can be made available. My name's Rhian Mary Thomas. I'm the head of the Green Finance Institute. I'm also a very proud member of the board at WWF. And so I'm particularly delighted to be moderating today's discussion about nature-positive pathways. And our aim today is we're here for an hour, and then we hope you'll very much join us for some drinks afterwards, is to present the need for sectoral pathways to guide both private action and, importantly, investment. So I'm sure you've heard it mentioned quite a few times in the past few days that the transition to a nature-positive economy is a significant economic opportunity. And according to WEF, the transition of those business models could create annual business opportunities globally worth $10 trillion by 2030. But we know in order to turn those kinds of predictions into actual business cases, we're going to need governments to develop clear long-term strategies outlining how each economic sector is expected to contribute to environmental targets. And that's where we think that nature-positive pathways plays an important role, akin to the pathways that the IEA came up with for net zero. And that's what we're aiming to present today with my fellow panelists. We've got one who's running a bit late, but we're looking forward to Matt joining us too to add a bit of diversity to the group. And in the meantime, it's my real pleasure to hand over to Karen Ellis from WWF to talk you through in more detail about nature-positive pathways and how we've been developing them together.
Is it working now? Okay, cool. Great, thank you. Thanks very much, Rhian Marie, and hi everyone. So yes, we're going to talk about this concept of sectoral nature-positive pathways, which we've been developing in the UK context, but we believe is a global a globally applicable model for mobilizing the private sector to deliver the Global Biodiversity Framework and the NBSAP's country sets up. So, if I hope this works, great. So we know that we will never achieve the Global Biodiversity Framework unless we mobilise the private sector to align with it. And luckily that has now been explicitly recognised within the GBF last 2 years back, with Target 14 in particular talking about the need to progressively align financial flows with the goals and targets of the framework, and also Target 15 looking at businesses needing to assess, reduce, manage their biodiversity-related risks and impacts. Of course, all the other targets are also relevant to the private sector. They need to be delivering all of those goals and targets. But they need a lot more clarity about how to do that. What does that transition actually mean for them? And they are not really getting that clarity at all at the moment from most NBSAPs that countries are producing. So we are arguing that we need sectoral pathways so that each sector of the economy knows what it means to align with the GBF and with the NBSAP. And that can really best be done, I guess, at the national level, because for every country that NBSAP is going to look a bit different. So, what does this nature positive transition look like? Before I get into the pathways bit, just wanted to show this diagram from the World Economic Forum. I hope you can see it all right, because I think what it illustrates quite nicely, this whole bottom half is the thing that has had the most attention. It's about investing in nature, it's about conservation projects, and obviously that is all extremely important. But this top half is the nature positive transition. This is moving away from nature damaging activities towards more nature friendly ways of producing things, consuming things, business models, technologies. It's a whole transition, a transformation, just in the way that the net zero transition is being seen as a whole sort of society, whole private sector transition. And nature positive transition is just the same. And indeed, it's very integrated with that net zero transition as well. There's a lot of interlinkages between the two. So we need a lot more clarity about this top half and what it means for different sectors of the economy. Now, luckily, we have a model to use, which is the net zero transition, which has gone ahead and has mapped out sectoral pathways, both at the global level. So, for example, through the International Energy Agency, which has published sectoral pathways for the energy sector, showing how the energy mix needs to change and how energy is produced needs to change, and by what date does that need to happen in order to deliver net zero by 2050. Other sectors have also been done at the global level, and certainly in the UK, and I believe in many other countries, there's also national level sectoral pathways now. So this is a diagram that the Climate Change Committee in the UK produced, which shows how each sector of the economy needs to contribute towards the net zero goal that the UK government has signed up to. So they each are very clear on how much emissions reductions have got to deliver and how they can be expected to do it, and also how policy will support them to do that as well. So that's emissions on the left-hand side. So it's very clear, and I think has been extremely useful for companies to know how to align with that net zero goal. Unfortunately, we don't have that for nature positive at all. And indeed, it's a bit more complicated for nature positive because there's more than one goal. So you can't just have emissions on the left-hand side. You need to capture all these different goals in the GBF. However, to illustrate what we mean, we have done a sort of simplified version, which I'll talk about. So we do have an equivalent diagram, which is the Nature Positive diagram. Many of you will be familiar with it. It was produced by the Nature Positive Initiative, which defines a nature positive goal of halting and reversing nature loss by 2030, such that we return to 2020 levels of nature by 2030. We continue to restore and recover nature up to 2050, up to full recovery. So that's the kind of goal we've set ourselves, and it's in the GBF as well. So how do we allocate that transition across different sectors of the economy? So we did an agricultural sector case study in the UK, which tried to map out the different actions the agriculture sector and other players in the supply chain and in government, what do they need to do to align the agriculture sector with the GBF? Now, in practice, we would need to break this down into all the different GBF targets that are relevant to the agriculture sector, but for the purposes of time, we've just kept it simple. This is the overall illustrative sort of diagram. So the kinds of things it's going to involve are the business as usual line is just heading downwards, as we know. To move it up a bit, then you need to take action for nature within agriculture. Obviously, that's a big part of the solution that the agriculture sector itself can play. And there's lots of ways of doing that. We know about regenerative agriculture. We know about lots of technical solutions in that space. But then there's a bunch of other things we need to do to make space for nature that involve being more efficient on the land we use for agriculture, possibly reducing the land we use for agriculture. So that includes improving productivity so that we can produce the same amount of food with less ground, less land, or less other resources. But it also involves things which the government has to do, such as setting international standards so that domestic farmers can't be undercut by farmers from other countries who haven't got these kinds of standards imposed on them, and also shifting consumer demand away from products such as meat and dairy, which take up more space than plant-based diets. So there's a bunch of things that different players need to do in order to move that agriculture sector onto a more nature-positive trajectory. Oops. Oh, wrong one. So how do we develop these nature-positive pathways? I think there's three key elements. The first is that we need the government involved because we need policy to support this transition. There's no way the private sector is going to be able to do this by itself. It needs to be incentivized to do this through regulation and through policy. So government needs to be part of that conversation to be giving the private sector the confidence they are going to follow through on this and support the transition. It needs to be technically feasible and economically efficient, so we need the private sector to be informing this, obviously. They're the ones who are close to the ground. They know what is going to work, what the most feasible innovations might be. So there's a need to have the private sector very centrally involved in developing these pathways. But we also need to make sure it's scientifically robust so that we know that those actions, when they are defined, will add up to achieving those GBF goals in the timeframe required. And so that's quite a complex scientific question. We need academics on the case as well to help us define that. So these three groups need to be centrally involved in developing the pathways. The advantage of this is it provides clarity to businesses and financial institutions about what this transition is going to look like, what they're going to be expected to deliver, and thereby highlights where the investment opportunities are, which is an aspect of this which I think many in the private sector find very exciting because they begin to see what kinds of things they could be investing in now that will stand them in good stead to do well as the nature positive transition progresses. So in the case of agriculture, it's things like precision agricultural techniques, bio-based fertilizers, alternative sources of protein, vertical farming, etc. So it points towards all these different investment opportunities. So it unlocks finance, which the government desperately wants to do, private finance for that nature positive transition. It clarifies and helps the private sector to manage transition risks so that they can position themselves better to thrive in that context. It helps them to align with the GBF, and they're already being asked to do target setting, disclosure and reporting, but it's very difficult for them to do that without having a clear understanding of what that nature positive transition is going to look like. So it really helps with that, with TNFD, for example. And finally, it aligns nature and climate transition pathways. Ideally, we would integrate these two together. We need to develop the nature positive bit of it first before we can integrate it, but then we do need to integrate it because these two things are very interlinked and there are some synergies and trade-offs that need to be thought about in that process. And that gives the private sector a single pathway to follow, not separate parallel processes, which obviously doesn't make sense to anybody. So as I said, we're working on this in the UK, and indeed the UK government has been quite supportive, and we hope it will announce that it will, we believe it will announce that it will develop these pathways going forward as part of its review of the environmental improvement plan which it has developed. But also we believe this is a model that could be useful for other countries in terms of thinking about how to mobilise private finance into this delivery of the NBSAP. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Better? Oh, yes, I can actually hear myself as well, which is quite disconcerting. I was just saying that was a very deserved round of applause for very clearly presenting the concept, the recent work that you've done with Aviva, and how pathways can help the private sector to operationalise the GBF targets with a huge emphasis on the role of government. So I'd like our discussion, if I may, to be in two parts. The first part, I think we continue to explore the need for nature-positive pathways. And the second is how that could be used to help implement the global biodiversity framework. So a very practical conversation, I hope, was from some real practitioners. So I'll introduce each of you as I ask the opening question. So I'm going to come first to you, Claudine. So Claudine Blamey, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at Aviva. So in this recent joint report, Aviva and WWF are asking the UK government to endorse the development of nature-positive pathways for key sectors, as we've heard. So the question is obviously, why is Aviva in particular calling for these pathways, and what can you be doing, and what can these pathways be doing to support businesses and financial institutions with their decision making and indeed their strategies? So quite a broad question, but one to kick us off. Thank you.
Broad and probably not an easy one either, actually. So why is this important? Well, transition to net zero and nature positive economy actually represents a huge opportunity for the finance sector and for businesses in general. So a little fact, the World Economic Forum estimates that a nature positive transition could generate opportunities worth around $10 trillion in annual business value globally by 2030. I mean, that is huge, and that's why this is so important. However, to unlock this, there needs to be greater clarity and greater coherence from policymakers on how businesses and financial institutions can contribute towards national climate and nature ambitions and targets. So the global targets and the GBF need to be broken down, and I think this is why this work has been so important, to a real sort of sectoral level that businesses and financial institutions can easily put actually into operation and be able to do that quite quickly as well. So national nature positive sectoral pathways are national strategies that would guide policymakers, hopefully, and the private sector on how different economic sectors should contribute towards the GBF targets and the country's NBSAPs by 2030 and beyond. That's the aim of them. So we know how effective sectoral pathways can be. We've seen that the path to net zero developed by the UK Climate Change Committee, that was really successful. And why not have this as well, which will be following the same way and the same path as that did and delivering that kind of success. The policy clarity that nature-positive sectoral pathways can provide can drive private investment and enable businesses and financial institutions to really embed nature-related consideration into their activities. This will directly support efforts to support the alignment of those financial flows, which we saw in Goal 14. It can also support the UK government's ability to work closely with the private sector to realise those opportunities and bring that together and really start to think about those blended finance models and how that could work. And in fact, even blended insurance models, should I say, and how that can work as well. The lack of the sectoral pathways in the past and right at the moment, without them being implemented properly just yet, does drive the existence of nature-related transition lists for the private sector. So understanding the potential policy mix that policymakers intend to use to support a whole economy transition directly would reduce the potential of the risk that we see at the moment. So that provides really good certainty for us to be able to take action, but also for businesses to be able to take action. So just in summary, to say that it enables businesses and financial institutions to embed nature-related considerations into their activities. It reduces the likelihood, that was popular, reduces the likelihood of acute crystallization of nature-related transition risks and drives greater investment into companies and business models that can advance the realization of the nature-positive goals.
Thank you. I mean, we need to aim to say something in this room that gets everyone to whoop as well. Okay, let's work up to that one. Woohoo! Matt, thank you so much for joining us. Matt Imbush is Senior Manager at WBCSD. I mean, WBC... Okay, so it's getting quite hard to compete. Oh. I was going to say, WBC... Can you all hear me, sort of? Yeah, thanks. You have volume too. Let's go for it. WBCSD is obviously a global leader in looking at different sectoral transitions. So it's just a very open question how nature positive pathways is going to really contribute to the work that you're able to do in doing exactly that, but looking at this opportunity for nature and sectoral transition.
Yeah.
Or you could just sing and dance if you'd rather do that.
I feel like I'm a bit cursed today because I had a long delay, which is why I'm sorry for you being late. And now this, so we'll just carry on. So the World Business Council. I'm gonna take these off. It's very hard to. Okay. The World Business Council is a global hub for sustainability for businesses. We have about 250 of the world's biggest corporations from across different sectors of the economy who are our members, and we work to advance at the sector level transitions to a net zero, nature positive, and socially equitable future. And so we work on that in lots of different ways, and we work across the key sectors of the economy to advance those goals with our members. I sit in the ag and food pathway that we have, and I work on nature positive primarily. The reason I'm late is I was out on a farm today with one of our members, learning a lot about what they're doing with R&D for improved regenerative agricultural outcomes. So apologies for being late, but it was a good reason. So one of the big pieces of work that we've been leading in the last couple of years through our nature team is around nature positive roadmaps for business. And so we've been working at the sector level to really outline sort of the full process that corporates should be going through to get their arms around nature positive, take the first steps towards developing nature positive strategies, and ultimately transition plans that will contribute to the GBF targets. These are well aligned with the GBF, with the leading frameworks around nature, TNFD, SBTN, the list goes on. And we've structured those roadmaps around this concept of the high-level actions for business, which we've co-developed with Business for Nature and the WEF and others, which has to do with all the full process. So assessing materiality, what are your most material impacts and dependencies on nature? How does that translate to risk and opportunity to the business? What does that mean then for priority actions you should be taking, and then target setting around nature positive? And wrapping around all of that is disclosure, right? Being transparent about all those steps so that stakeholders, financial and otherwise, can reward the leaders and move away from those who aren't keeping up. So I think that the nature positive roadmaps we've been working on and other pieces of work around that complement extremely well this idea of country level sector pathways. So we've done a lot of the work for an individual company or a group of companies. What does that look like now for the UK or Brazil or any other country? So I think that they're highly complementary in that sense, and I guess I would hope that a lot of this work that we've been doing very intensively with the private sector can feed into those sorts of developments in the next couple of years as the NB-SAPs really come into focus. Another big piece of work we've been leading is around regenerative agriculture metrics and outcomes. So we have a very detailed set of reports that are now out, if you're interested to explore those, outlining a set of harmonized outcomes and metrics for regenerative agriculture that have been really well built out with a huge consortium of corporate participants and private and partners in the space. So the way that I see all this coming together, and with one specific example I'll use from today on the farm, and to your point, Karen, about precision agriculture, is a metric like nutrient use efficiency at the farm level. So this is aligned with the GBF. It's a super important outcome and metric related to regenerative agriculture to be able to improve the climate footprint of on-farm activities and also reduce runoff from fertilizers, which has to do with water pollution and other issues. But there are issues in the way that can be implemented, and one of them has to do with actually the Scope 3 accounting, and I'm not an expert in this, so I'll just leave it at a high level, but the upstream, the fertilizer producers, abilities to account for the carbon reductions on farm currently looks different from the downstream off-takers' abilities to account for that carbon. And that's being worked through SBTI and the GHG protocol, so we're very engaged in those processes. But we need to sort that out so that everybody has these aligned incentives to actually implement towards these outcomes that we've built consensus on. And I hope we're going to get there. But my point is that if the private sector is doing all this work to align at a really detailed level on the incentives, sort of from a market-based standpoint, we need the policy underpinning to support that, to really scale it out beyond the leading companies who we're working with. So I hope that our work will take us far as a first step. But in order to really scale that out and make it sustainable, we need sector transition plans at the national level to scale that out and attract all the finance and other resources needed to achieve those outcomes aligned to the GBF.
Thanks so much, Matt. And that was a heroic effort, so thank you against the noise and the challenge. So it's fantastic to hear that some of this work has been already undertaken at a private company level. And what we're really talking about now is how do we take it up to a sectoral level? What do we need in order to really scale this up? So keep building on that point with Juliana here. So Juliana Lopez, the Nature and Society Director from CEBEDS, which is based in Brazil. So during the past year, the Brazilian government has engaged the private sector for the development of its updated NBSAP, so the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans. From your perspective, how can the government guide private sector action? So very much building on the points that I think Matt's already made. Over to you.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thanks, WWF, for the invitation. This is a principle that guides us, so just a quick explanatory note. I talk on behalf of CEBEDS, that is the Brazilian Business Council for Sustainable Development, that is the Brazilian chapter of WBCSD. And we have more than 110 companies from different sectors, and we have as a principle that this participatory process is a key element to have effective public policies. So we started our journey on engaging around the NBSAPs 1 year ago. Of course, we have been engaging our companies around GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, but since we have the Kunming-Montreal agreement, we started this engagement and qualifying our companies for the debate and building recommendations to the Brazilian government. So in May last year, we delivered a commitment to our Environment Ministry, Minister Marina Silva, showing our commitment to actively engage around the process of NBSAP building. And since then, we started sectoral workshops to deeply discuss the GBF targets, and we gathered 63 contributions, 63 inputs from all over 23 targets of GBF. And this was a very a deep process that we could take this opportunity also to engage our companies to understand this correlation of the GBF and their business. So we have as an outcome of this process a policy brief that we delivered to the Brazilian government in December last year, proposing a 3 steps plan to implement the NBSAPs. And this is based first on, we focus on this case, the target 15 that establishes the related to the business activities, so related to reporting on risk, impacts, and dependence over nature. So, and these 3 steps plan includes using SDG 12 indicator as basis for reporting of target 15, and encouraging companies to build capacity in emerging methodologies such as TNFD. that we are actively engaging around, and I will tell you more in a few minutes. But secondly, we also propose to set parameters for this reporting to allow monitoring GBF targets, but particularly target 15, and also defining a reporting model. But we also figure out that there is a lot of information that can be found in the sustainability reports of companies. So we strongly advocate for government to use these sustainability reports to monitor Target 15 progress. And since then, we have been building capacity with our companies, piloting TNFD. So we launched it in COP15 2 years ago, a nature action platform, and by the time we had only one early adopter company in TNFD, and now we are piloting with TNFD with 20 companies from different sectors, and we organize it then in 3 major sectors: energy and infrastructure, finance and development, so we have banks, commercial banks, but also financial development banks, and thirdly, land and use. And it was a very we had very powerful insights from this collective exercise of piloting TNFD. And we organized these in case studies, the main lessons learned. We organize it in case studies, and we are launching one of them, the financial sector case study, in an event tomorrow. So the first thing that I think the governments can help companies to integrate and to guide them through nature positive pathway, I think, is defining priorities. And this is, we talked about a lot in terms of risks, impacts, and dependence over nature that are target 15. But it's also important to think about opportunities. And this is an area where, for example, the NBSABs can become more strategic and guide business towards nature positive pathways. For example, in Brazil and in many others mega biodiversity countries, we have a huge opportunity on making a just transition to bioeconomy, because Brazil is the most rich country in terms of biodiversity, and we believe this is a developing model that would enable us to decouple our growth from the environmental degradation. So this would allow us to build integrated solutions to the 3 simultaneous crises that we have, that are the climate emergency, the biodiversity loss, and also the social inequality that is still a very big problem in Brazil. So NBSABs could give this clarity. Governments setting clear and bold NBSABs can give this clarity about what are these opportunities driving the investments and finance to these nature positive pathways in partnership with private sector.
Well done. It's not easy to do when you can't hear yourself speak. And congratulations on the 20 companies that have looking to do the TNFD. And full disclosure, the GFI hosts the TNFD Secretariat, and we're very much looking forward to the announcements being made tomorrow on the latest numbers of adoptees around the world. So no spoilers, but it's great news. So many congratulations. Karen, I'd like to bring you back in, if I may. Let's talk a bit more about implementing the Global Biodiversity Framework. You've published the report with Aviva. What are the next steps?
Okay, thank you. The UK government hasn't yet actually published its NBSAP update, but we've let them off the hook because it is a brand new government that only got to power in July. And what they've said is they want to review the Environmental Improvement Plan, which is the domestic strategy for delivering its nature goals, and to assess it, whether it's adequate in terms of the level of ambition, which is important because we actually think it's less ambitious than the GBF goals, so it does need to be updated. And also they're engaging the private sector and others in a discussion around how to implement the plan. So hopefully that process should develop a much better implementation framework for the NBSAP. And as part of that, we were very pleased to say that they have said they will make the development of sectoral nature positive pathways one of the actions that the review of this plan will point towards implementing. So that's very exciting. And indeed, we are now working with the Green Finance Institute and others, including many in the private sector, including Aviva, to develop a proposed way forward in terms of developing those sectoral pathways with an initial focus on 3 priority sectors, so agriculture, built environment and water, which are all very linked actually in terms of the delivery of some of the targets, particularly such as nitrogen pollution, for example, which is going to have to be divided up between those 3 sectors in terms of the contribution they make to achieving that goal. So it's an exciting moment. We're really looking forward to being part of that solution and working with the government, with the private sector and with the academic community to make this concept a reality in the UK.
Karen, I'm going to come to the audience to ask for some questions before we wrap up, so do bear that in mind. But before we do that, I just wanted it's the same question to each of the other panelists, which is obviously COP16 has got a really big focus on implementing the GBF. We're already discussed, I hope quite compellingly, that sectoral guidance is needed to align private sector action with the NBSAPs. But from each of your perspectives, what else do we think is needed to unlock private investment? And if I could come to you in the first instance, Claudine.
Yeah, sure. Well, we think that there needs to be focus on 2 areas. One is setting national level strategy plans and deliver the GBF. So what do I mean by that? We're asking that all parties should submit as soon as possible ambitious national biodiversity strategy and action plans that cover all the targets of the GBF. And then secondly, to really provide clarity on practical delivery, including alignment and integration with climate agendas, ideally holistically, so not just on nature, but together with nature and climate. And then secondly, we're saying that we need to ensure that legislation, public spending and the wider policy architecture embeds nature in a way that incentivizes and that enables business and private finance to support the GBF. Some examples in this space could be regulation and taxes and subsidies to incentivize private sector to support nature positive outcomes, or supporting the development of high integrity carbon nature markets, or things like embedding nature into financial regulations and the supervisory agendas. Improving the consistency and the availability of data is really important, and ensuring consistent and comparable and reliable nature-based reporting as well. And that's just one framework that we all report against. That would be really helpful.
Thanks, Claudine. Juliana, have you got more to add to that? What we'd really need to see?
Yes, well, as a business voice, we are actively engaging our companies to increase transparency on risks, impacts, and dependence on nature. And we understand this is a crucial element because of these risks are hidden currently. We struggle, we have this bottleneck of the gap in terms of finance of biodiversity. Once they are now, this is a first step to drive the financial and investments to nature positive. So this is a crucial issue. And I think in terms of government role, it's also needed the more integration of policies. For example, in the case of Brazil, it's crucial to have these axes, climate, biodiversity, and equality very well integrated. Just to give you an example, 60% of Brazilian national GHG emissions come from land and use and agro and food activities. So this shows how our pathways and our challenges are connected. We really need to actively to accelerate how to put value, how to value biodiversity into business strategies and public policy decision making too.
Brilliant, thank you. You know, Matt, before you arrived, there was no one shouting next door, so you might be right about that, Jinx. Anyway, last word to you. What more we need to see coming out of COP16 so that we can be implementing the GBF?
I'm just waiting to see if there's... I guess not. My luck's run out. Can you still hear me? Okay, now I understand how these work. I think that's all extremely well said. I don't have very much to add because WBCSD's sort of policy priorities here for this COP are threefold. One is raising the ambition level, which has to do with NBSAPs, close alignment integration with NDCs. I would also add NAPs, right, National Adaptation Plans, especially in the land use space, where I think there's so much that nature-based solutions can do as a climate adaptation mechanism. So that's number one, already extremely well articulated. The second is around aligning incentives, as everyone's also mentioned. I think I would just underline even more the sort of correction that's needed with agricultural subsidies. It's, I think, north of $500 billion a year is the estimate that goes into effectively maintaining the system we have today, and that needs to be drastically overhauled in order to provide the scale needed and the incentives for the right sorts of nature positive and climate friendly outcomes. So that's the second one. And third is accountability, increased enforcement of development, enforcement of regulations, and also disclosure requirements, as we're seeing in many different jurisdictions already. Namely, I guess in the EU with CSRD is the big one that's a big focus for companies doing business in the Eurozone. So more of that is needed from the policy angle to hold business accountable and to continue to raise the bar towards these objectives we're seeking.
So much. Opportunity for any questions, comments, or if anyone wants to break out singing, you are more than welcome. We can pass you the mic. That seemed to go down well. Any questions from anybody?
Thank you. Oh, it's weird. My question is following up to your question as well, because you mentioned NDCs, NAPs, and all of these different policy frameworks. And I'm wondering, how do you accompany companies to navigate these trade-offs? Because there will be trade-offs, especially for the agricultural sector, in terms of what you were saying, emissions, but also nutrients, but also water, and it'll be messy. So I'm wondering if you have any insights of what is this phased approach that they need to have, any insights that you might have for corporates, or how will you address it?
Somebody want to take that one, Karen or Matt? Yep.
I can start, and I'm sure others will have a lot to add. I think it's a great question. Trade-offs is absolutely front and center for corporates who need to make capital allocation decisions about what to invest in and how to convince if they're a listed company, their boards and their shareholders of what's worth their investment. So I think the general thought from my end is nature is so context specific. It's hyper local, unlike climate, as we all know very well. But I don't think that's fully all that well understood beyond maybe the people in these rooms. So that's super important, and that's part of what we've been doing with these nature positive roadmaps. And then we've done actually deeper dives into specific agricultural contexts, bringing that down to, for example, soy in the Cerrado in Brazil. So what does good look like for nature positive in that specific biome or that specific landscape within a certain biome, and really highlighting the priority actions that need to take precedence. So there's lots of great work happening around agricultural, sort of sustainable agriculture in that space, but deforestation and land use change is the number one issue, the biggest pressure on nature in that specific landscape. So you need to start there as a corporate, and then build a strategy around that incorporates regenerative agricultural practices and more equitable approaches to farmer livelihoods. So I think that's the starting point, is zoom in to the locations that you're located in, or that you're sourcing from, or that you're investing in, however you're linked to those landscapes. do a serious materiality assessment, figure out what's most important, and start there. Don't delay because you can't handle all of it. You can't manage all the trade-offs. Get started and build your strategy around that core kind of unlock or that core action that's needed in that landscape.
Any further additions, Karen?
Yep. I would say I really hope that the nature positive pathways would help address that question, because I think there are going to be lots of trade-offs between the different goals and targets, and it's unfair to ask companies to navigate all of that, because those trade-offs almost need to be made, at the national level. They should involve questions of which is the most effective way to get to a goal, which is the most economically efficient way, the most economically beneficial way in terms of impacts on local communities or the livelihoods of people in that area, or the growth opportunities it might unlock, the new innovations. There's lots of different considerations that need to be considered together in order to come up with that optimal sort of plan for how you deliver that goal, and and that should then help to set the sort of direction that companies need to follow, rather than having to navigate that all themselves with their limited sort of scale of actual influence and control. So I think it's much better that that's done in a more collective way, with the voices of multiple stakeholders involved as well, to ensure that generates a just and well accepted legitimate outcome that everyone will buy into.
Excellent question. So thank you. I know Claudine wants to come in as well.
Yeah, just quickly. I think we all forget that we're talking about a huge systems change that we're going through, and everything is interconnected in that system. And to think about things in isolation, you ultimately will have unintended consequences. And this is why we're saying you've got to think about climate and nature in one place holistically. And so I think regulation is going to help. We have the right regulation in place in different countries. If each country has their own transition plan for climate and for nature in one, that should then translate to industry having theirs off the back of that, and then individual companies having theirs. So that sector pathways is really important in that space for both climate and for nature.
Very quickly, I think this sector approach for NBCEPs, for NDC are very important. And in a parallel avenue, I think there is a very powerful tool for business that are the corporate transition plans. And there is an emergent discussion about how to integrate nature and also just transition as elements of these corporate transition plans. And these are crucial elements, because we know that governments alone can deliver both NDCs and NBCEPs. So this correlation between these instruments and corporate plans corporate transition plans are the way to translate these avenues into make them integrated.
I could take moderator's privilege and just comment on some of the things that we've just been said. I do completely agree that in many of these challenges we need a top-down approach, but I also see the huge value in some of the stuff we've heard from the panelists today about having examples where things have already been done. So individual companies have started dealing with the trade-offs. And the reason I say that is I think as we come to this sort of 2030 deadline, policymakers in particular are going to be coming under pressure from people whose interests lie in very much remaining with the status quo. And what the policymakers will be hearing an awful lot of is people saying some of this stuff is impossible, the trade-offs are too difficult. And that's where having genuine examples where you can say it's not impossible, it is just very difficult, but it's been done over here and it can be done again. And that's where the huge value of bringing together voices like the people in this room so that we can actually share knowledge, share connections, and actually make sure that those examples do get shared, because I do think it's going to get increasingly polarized and more difficult for policymakers to make that decision between what they're hearing from those with vested interests and those of us in this room who genuinely think change is possible. So anyway, a bit of a soapbox comment there. I've got time for one or two more. Gentleman here.
Just picking up this is great, by the way. On the pathways, just there's a lot of companies obviously working through CSRD right now, which is challenging to say the least. It can be difficult to look above the horizon to kind of see what this sort of new world order looks like. Do you think, as the pathways are currently described, or maybe in future iterations, it will help set out this compelling sort of future place for businesses? Is that the intention with part of the pathways, rather than just articulating the less things they can do? This is about unlocking that innovation, which I know everybody wants. Do you think the pathways can do that? Or maybe that's, yeah.
Yeah, I really hope so. That's definitely a key part of the theory of change for the pathways, and we know that already, because whenever we share this idea with the private sector, that's immediately what they grip hold of and get excited about, because they want to know what those investment opportunities are, because opportunities are so much more exciting than costs and risks and regulation. You know, for a business, they want to know, what can I invest in that's going to generate a rate of return for me? And this really helps to identify them, because it gets quite nitty gritty, you know, in terms of what are the changes we're going to need to be pursuing. And yeah, as you say, kind of painting a vision of where we're going that everyone can hopefully buy into and mutually work together towards delivering that. And that will also hopefully, to address also Rhea-Marie's point, help give policymakers a bit more support for the policies they need to put in place to support the private sector to take the action. But they'll more likely do it if the private sector is saying, we want that policy to enable us to implement this pathway that we've all developed together. So I really hope it can make that vision happen. Yeah.
I saw a couple other hands. Somebody else a question? There's a gentleman at the back.
Thank you. Question for Claudine and Karen. In the pilot of the pathway with the agri sector in the UK, what have you been able to do in terms of successful levers to encourage businesses to collect and use data to report on progress along the pathway? And the reason I asked that question is, Karen, I think you mentioned nitrogen, for example, and it's something that it seems that a lot of corporates will have a lot of challenges around making that data available across their portfolios.
I'll try. I'm not sure I can easily answer that question either, really. There definitely will, the pathways will have to, I think, set out the metrics that will be used to judge performance against the pathways. And hopefully that will dock into the other disclosure frameworks that are being developed, TNFD, etc., so that it's not a separate ask. We really hope that's the case. This has all got to be worked through. We haven't started them yet, so this is like still to be determined. And so I'm not sure specifically what issue you're referring to, but there will be requirements, I guess, for all companies under these disclosure requirements anyway to publish on certain metrics of impact. So hopefully that will address the problem over time as that disclosure requirement comes into place, and should be docked into the nature positive pathways and enable that measurement of performance against it to be evident over time. I hope that answered your question. I don't know if you want to
just to add to that, so the TNFD are developing guidance, sector guidance, which helps along that in terms of setting those. Well, what we're doing is we're doing risk assessment through our investment and insurance business and our own operations. So we've done that. We did that once and we reported against that in 2022. I don't know if you've seen the biodiversity report, but we're doing it again now because things have become a bit more sophisticated and a bit more data is available, but still it's really, really difficult, particularly around agriculture. It's much easier now around deforestation. Again, we haven't quite got there, but it's easier. But around agriculture and a bit more nitty-gritty kind of nature type biodiversity data is more difficult.
Pick up on your point, Claudine, and then over to Matt. These are real concerns, and it's right to raise them. We're trying to do something we haven't done before. And it always brings to mind a quote from Sarah Breeden, who is now the Deputy Governor of the Bank of England, when they first asked financial institutions to report against the TCFD. And she said, I'm sure the first round of reports will be more like an English essay than a maths test. But let's get started. And I just think that's the important thing. Let's take a step forward. It will be hard, but as Claudine has mentioned, the data does get more sophisticated and hopefully the demand will get there and it'll get easier. Matt, you were going to say something. Sorry before I interrupted.
No, it's all right. zooming back into the nitrogen question just quickly, I think one important principle that I hope will come through as all of these sort of corporate-oriented pieces of guidance and frameworks come together, and at the policy level as well, is this, the practicality for implementation. And I don't know how many folks were in the Nature Positive Initiative session yesterday where they talked about the state of nature metrics that they're working on. Our focus at WBCSD has been more about what are categorized as pressure and response type metrics, which are generally more feasible for corporates. And I'm not an ecologist, but my understanding is as long as the evidence base is really strong that the right actions are going to lead to those outcomes, then we should get started with those actions. So I mentioned nutrient use efficiency a few minutes ago, so that's one example of a pressure outcome and metric that I would hope can be embedded in the policy pieces to lead towards better outcomes in terms of water quality at the basin level and so on. I think if that's what you're getting at around the difficulty of measuring that and consolidating it, there are steps towards that state of nature, and I would hope that comes through in these plans to make it practical for implementation.
I think time for one last question if we have one. Here.
Just to follow up, if anyone doesn't have anything else, I think what you said is really true, that it's unfair to ask corporates to do all the work. The policymakers also need to step up. But I think it's also, on the other hand, we've just seen that sometimes policymakers choose for you. And when we try to implement regulations such as the deforestation regulation that then asks international companies to also abide by this, and then we have all the pushback and you try to delay the implementation of this deforestation policy, I'm wondering then that policymakers also need to have this global aspect in mind when they're trying to draft these policies. And what would you say to these policymakers that need to figure out not only their national but international application of these policies, what they're going to have to deal with, or what recommendations would you give to them as well?
Who wants to take that one?
I can have a go.
Have a go.
Great question. Another great question. Yes. Well, I think at the moment, one of our other advocacy asks is that the UK government, at least, has a footprint target in its environmental improvement plan, because at the moment it doesn't adequately take account of those international impacts. So the risk is it focuses on nature in its own borders and outsources the damage to other countries, of course. So we need to manage that risk and have that integrated into the framework. Having said that, the nature positive pathways we've been thinking about are largely about UK nature, because that's its zone of sovereignty. But we obviously do need to think about the overall system as well, because a lot of the for many sectors, the supply chain is located overseas, of course, so you're going to need to think about those nature impacts down the supply chain as well. So this is another thing we're going to grapple with in terms of developing the pathways. How much do we take into account that kind of impact and manage it in a responsible way so that it's not just offshoring the problem to other countries?
Just to add kind of a business view to that, that's why the flows, the financial flows are so important, because it's those financial flows that are going to enable that to happen, because without that you won't be able to do that at all, without regulation as well.
I think that's a great note to finish on. Now, normally I would say let's just put our hands together and politely thank the panel, but I don't know about you, but I like being on the winning team. So let's make sure the people next door know they've missed an absolutely amazing session. So please thank the panel by whooping and clapping and making lots of noise. Woo! Thanks so much, everybody. Do stay for some extra networking. I think we've got some drinks, and I hope everyone has a productive and fantastic COP. Thank you.
Best panel ever.